Chapter 1140. P.S. Update complete. How could it be King Chung? Lu Yurong said thoughtfully. Could it be that King Chung is also aiming for the throne? Chu Li burst into laughter. Why doesn't King Chung want the throne? Lu Yurong opened her mouth, but closed it again. All the princes had a chance to become the emperor. Although King Jing had the highest chance, it did not mean that it was impossible for the other princes. To the princes, they were only one step away from becoming the supreme of the 9 tripod cauldrons. It was indeed an endless temptation. The taste of power was the most intoxicating, and no man could resist it. Chu Li continued. However, there's another possibility. The people from the Holy Church of Light want to muddy the waters to buy time for the Li dynasty to recover. Moreover, if they manage to trap King Ping, it'll be a great boon to them. As long as it's not King Ping, Lu Yurong said. The way she saw it, King Ping was still the biggest threat. The rest of the kings were nothing to worry about. As for King Chung, as long as King Jing did not seek his own death, King Chung would not stand chance. It would be useless no matter what he did. Chu Li smiled. No matter how anxious you are, there's no need to come here in the middle of the night, right? To avoid arousing suspicion. Lu Yurong said lightly. There are too many eyes during the day. Who knows what people will say? Chu Li smiled. King Jing wants you to keep your distance from me? Lu Yurong shook her head gently. I'm leaving tomorrow. Chu Li was surprised. You still want to leave after this? It has nothing to do with the big picture, Lu Yurong said. If this matter is not handled properly, it will be a hidden danger in the future, but it will not affect the current position of the crown prince. The emperor has made up his mind. He will not let anyone else be the crown prince, let alone Prince Chung. When this matter came out, the emperor was even more determined. Originally, he needed a period of time to prepare in the court and create momentum. When the time was right, he would naturally announce the ownership of the crown prince. Now, it seemed that he could not afford to do so. Everything was simple and fast. Chu Li said, Unfortunately, we can only deal with Lu Guangdi after a month. If you leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to see it. You don't have to see it with your own eyes. Lu Yurong smiled faintly. I believe you will humiliate him so much that he will never be able to lift his head again. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Don't forget about Guyu. He won't be a commander for long. Once King Jing becomes the crown prince, he'll tell his majesty about Guyu. Lu Yurong faintly replied. Chu Li frowned. It might not affect Guyu. After all, the secret guardian's hall is the emperor's eyes and ears, not the crown prince's. If we can't use the secret guardian's hall as our eyes and ears, what privilege does the crown prince have? Lu Yurong said, I believe the emperor will hand the secret guardian's hall to the crown prince. That's true. Chu Li pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. Looks like you can fulfill your promise. Even if his majesty doesn't agree to it, I still have other tricks on my sleeves. Lu Yurong said, I can always get rid of Guyu. Don't worry. Chu Li asked, Did you return to the public house to lie low? I'll listen to you, Lu Yurong said lightly. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. The two of them were fighting against each other. Lu Yurong's sudden departure made him a little reluctant. After all, it was satisfying to compete with someone who was on the same level as him. Lu Yurong said, I think you're too close to King Ping. Chu Li smiled at her. Lu Yurong said, Although King Ping has lost his military power and doesn't care about trivial matters, he's still King Jing's biggest threat. He'll do anything for revenge. If King Jing doesn't allow him to take revenge in the future, I don't know what he'll do. He might even implicate you. Your King Anne's imperial residence can't afford to be tossed around. For the sake of King Anne's imperial residence, you should distance yourself from King Ping. Chu Li laughed out loud. Lu Yurong scoffed. What are you laughing at? Chu Li said, You're giving him a taste of his own medicine. Am I not right? Lu Yurong scoffed. Of course. She knew that Chu Li could see through her intentions. She was trying to drive a wedge between him and King Ping to remove the threat. However, the most powerful thing was to know that the other party was up to no good, but still think that it was reasonable and could not be ignored. It was just like how he told her to keep a distance from King Jing. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I have no intention of helping King Ping seize the throne. Are you willing to stand aside and watch? Lu Yurong scoffed. Chu said, "It doesn't matter who sits on the throne. King An's imperial residence is still King An's imperial residence." "That might not be the case." Lu Yurong said, "King Ping is a general. Once a military man takes over the country will not be at peace. Given his stubborn character, the Fu dynasty will definitely be ruthless. When that happens, the Ji dynasty will be in turmoil, and there will be endless wars." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Lu Yurong's words made sense. King Ping indeed had the temperament of a military man. He was unyielding, but not tactful. Once he became the emperor, he might not be able to stand the Fu dynasty's anger and do something extreme, which would affect the stability of the Ji dynasty. To the common people, no matter how righteous a war was, it was still painful. They would rather be a dog in peace than a man in chaos. Lu Yurong said, "Chu Li, you're different from me. You know the suffering of the common people. You won't put the common people in an abyss of suffering for your own selfish reasons, will you?" Chu Li could not help but laugh. "I don't have the ability to affect the world situation. Moreover, King Ping understands the dangers of war better than King Jing, so he will consider it more carefully." "I've tested you out, haven't I?" Lu Yurong pointed at him and scoffed. "You still have the intention to help King Ping seize the throne." Chu Li waved his hand and smiled. "I'm just refuting you. Moreover, there is still about 10 years left. It's too early to talk about this. Who knows, someone might assassinate them the next day. We can't ignore assassins." Lu Yurong frowned. "King Ping is too careless. He actually allowed the Holy Church of Light's disciple to hide for so long. Fortunately, it was only the consort's maid. If it was his scribe, wouldn't it be terrifying?" Chu Li remained silent. He was thinking about whether the consort's assassination had anything to do with the Holy Church of Light. Lu Yurong said, "No matter what, King Ping has made a huge mistake this time. I'm sure the chancellors won't let go of this opportunity to attack him." Chu Li nodded. Apart from the Ministry of War, the rest of the government offices supported King Jing. How could they let go of this opportunity to completely overthrow King Ping? King Ping was wronged again this time, so he must be very frustrated. Lu Yurong said, "I've said what I need to say. Let's go." Chu Li said, "You should be careful too. I'm afraid the Holy Church of Light has their eyes on you." Lu Yurong scoffed. "Let's see if they dare to come." Chu Li said, "If I kill you and frame King Ping, what will King Jing do? You'll have to be able to kill me first." Lu Yurong smiled. Chu Li shook his head. "Don't underestimate the Holy Church of Light." "All right, I'll be careful." Lu Yurong nodded. She had 7 maids by her side, and with the 7 of them working together, they would be able to block even the most powerful experts, so she was very confident. Chu Li knew that she had already fallen for him. Gather? CI9A? Insolent and insolent. Loyal news? No more than the submerged copy beer. Chapter 1141. Lu Yurong fluttered away without a sound. The protectors of the imperial residence of King and did not even notice. Chu Li's martial arts skills improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Yurong did not stop either. She worked hard to improve herself, always wanted to catch up to Chu Li. Now, her martial arts skills were far better than before. The protectors of the imperial residence of King and were not even worth mentioning in front of her. Chu Li sat in the gazebo, deep in thought. He had to think clearly about what he wanted to do. He could not act on a whim and help King Ping just because he pitied him. He could not view the world as a smooth road. Once King Ping became the emperor, their past friendship might not be of any use. Instead, it would become a source of trouble. Although the fight for the throne was exciting, it was also full of danger. One mistake could lead to a fatal disaster or even a tragic death. It could even implicate the public house and the Temple of Autumn. Since it was so dangerous, he should not be helping others. No matter how good King Ping was, he was still King Ping. In the future, he would not be able to influence King Ping. It was difficult for his efforts to be proportional to his gains. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Xiao Qi, who was dressed in a white nightgown, walked in lightly and gracefully. Chu Li raised his head and smiled at her. Xiao Qi's hair was black and shiny, like black satin under the moonlight. It made her face look like white jade, and her eyes were clear. Who's coming? Lu Yurong. Chuli said. Co Chi's eyes flashed. Chuli chuckled. She's here to question me about how Consort Ping's maid is a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. Everyone is saying that King Ping is in cahoots with the Holy Church of Light, and they're trying to destroy King Ping. Lu Yurong suspects that I'm the one who spread the rumor. Consort Ping's maid is a disciple of the Holy Church of Light? Xiao Qi was shocked. Her bright eyes swept across the surroundings. Seeing that there was no one around, she shook her head and said indifferently, "It can't be true, right? What is the Holy Church of Light trying to do?" She knew Chu Li's identity as Zhao De, either to assassinate or to gather information. Chu Li said, "Being able to hide for so long is quite a feat. You didn't recognize him?" Co Chi asked. Chu Li shook his head. Maybe it wasn't a problem at that time, but Lu Yurong is leaving Fairy's capital. She's leaving? Xiao Qi frowned. Could it be that the matter regarding the crown prince has been settled? Chu Li nodded slowly. King Ping's matter will help the emperor make up his mind. We must cut the Gordian knot quickly. If we delay any longer, there will be more trouble. If that's the case, Xiao Qi sat opposite him and muttered, "That's a good thing." Chu Li nodded. Xiao Qi sized him up. "What's bothering you?" "I'm thinking about seizing the throne." Chu Li frowned and muttered, "Should I participate? You want to help King Ping?" Co Chi asked. Chu Li shook his head. "I want to help Su," and Xiao Qi was startled, but she quickly said, "Su is one generation behind him, so I'm afraid there's no hope. There's still a sliver of hope if we help King Ping, but the hope isn't great. King Jing's situation is almost set in stone." Everyone in the world knew that King Jing would be the next emperor. Where there is a will, there is a way. Chu Li smiled. If King Jing and King Ping can't do it, and even King Cheng can't do it, why can't it be Suen? That's too difficult. Xiao Qi said. Besides, it's too dangerous. It's a life and death struggle for the throne. Do you really want to go against King Jing and King Ping? Chu Li shook his head. Let's take it one step at a time. How can we think of a way to complete it quietly and without any fanfare? That's even more difficult, Xiao Qi said. Chu Li smiled. Isn't it boring if it's not difficult? Life is only interesting when there are challenges. It's too boring to sit in the residence all day long. We still have a long life ahead of us. Xiao Qi said, It won't be easy for you to go against Lu Yurong. She's too smart. Chu Li smiled. It'll be great if we can think of a way to rope her in. If we work together, our chances of winning will increase greatly. It's actually very easy for you to rope her in. Xiao Qi smiled faintly. Chu Li asked, What can I do? You know, Xiao Qi flashed a smile that was as dazzling as the first light after a snowstorm. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Ha, you could be jealous too. I'm not jealous. Xiao Qi pursed her lips and smiled. I don't believe that she doesn't have feelings for you. You're thinking the wrong way, Chu Li said. Xiao Qi said, You don't have to explain. I understand that you two appreciate each other and have similar minds. You could be considered bosom friends. Chu Li reached out and pulled her over to sit on his thighs. He felt the amazing elasticity of her thighs and smelled the refreshing fragrance on her body. With you around, I don't have such thoughts, Xiao Qi said. Men's nature is different from women. If you like one person, you can also like the other at the same time. Chu Li changed the topic and smiled. Does the High Duke's public house have any ancestral teachings that forbid us from participating in the fight for the throne? Xiao Qi said, The High Duke's public house doesn't have to do these things. It's a thankless task. No matter who becomes the emperor, the High Duke's public house will always be the High Duke's public house. The emperor is like water, but the High Duke's public house is made of iron. Chu Li said, That's good. I've decided to let Su be the emperor. It'll be difficult, Xiao Qi said. Where there's a will, there's a way. Chu Li said, Otherwise, it'll become someone else's wedding dress. However, this matter can't be rushed. We'll have to wait until Su is a few years older. The throne doesn't wait for anyone, Xiao Qi said. Chu Li smiled. For now, let's make the situation more complicated. I'll have to inform King Ping first. King Ping wants the throne too. How can he agree to it? Shao Qi frowned. Chu Li said, I understand King Ping's thoughts. He doesn't want to be the emperor. He only wants revenge. He won't pin his hopes on you, Shao Qi said. Chu Li smiled. I'll try to convince him. The next morning, Chu Li left King An's imperial residence and appeared outside King Ping's imperial residence. After the protectors of King Ping's imperial residence informed him of his arrival, Chu Li entered the residence. King Ping personally welcomed him, and the two of them went to the lake in the backyard. Chu Li looked at his calm expression. He was not affected by the rumors. The two of them sat in a gazebo on the lake. After the maid who served tea left, King Ping said, You're here to comfort me, aren't you? Chu Li shook his head. It's not a big deal. If nothing goes wrong, the emperor will appoint King Jing as the crown prince in the next 2 days. King Ping nodded and quietly looked at the sparkling surface of the lake. Chu Li said, Your Royal Highness, I want Suen to fight for the throne. King Ping was stunned and turned to look at him in surprise. Chu Li said, I don't want to be controlled by others and be restrained by the emperor. You won't help me? King Ping asked. Chu Li sighed. Your Royal Highness, your chances of winning are too small. He had never figured out why the emperor did not pass the throne to King Ping. He only thought it was a personal preference. Now that he understood the emperor's helplessness. Suen's chances of winning are even smaller, right? King Ping frowned. He was a little annoyed and felt betrayed. Chu Li wanted to help him seize the throne. Chu Li sighed. Although Suen is young, his chances of inheriting the throne are higher than yours. If the emperor really wanted you to inherit the throne, he wouldn't have insisted on appointing King Jing for so many years. In terms of contributions to the Ji dynasty, King Jing is far behind you. In terms of father-son relationship, the emperor likes you more. King Ping frowned and nodded. Chu Li said, You should know the emperor's concerns. King Ping sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. It's different for Suen, Chu Li smiled. The Arhot of the Titanium Temple is mellow and intelligent. He won't have too much of a conflict with the Fu dynasty. Ruling by doing nothing is the best for the Ji dynasty. King Ping said, But Suen is a generation younger. He doesn't have any advantages compared to sixth younger brother. Chu Li said, If Suen can get your support, your Royal Highness, he will have an advantage over King Jing. Chapter 1142. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Yes, as long as your Royal Highness supports Suen, then Suen's chances will be higher than King Jing's. The throne isn't passed down this way. There's no such rule. King Ping frowned. Chu Li smiled. The key is Suen's identity. As a Buddhist disciple, he naturally has the support of the Titanium Temple. Once he inherits the throne, he'll be able to break the situation where he's been suppressed by the Tempest Temple for a long time. The Tempest Temple has no choice but to be obedient. This way, the Ji dynasty can go all out against foreign enemies. Even if they can't deal with the other 3 nations, they'll still be able to gain the upper hand and change the Ji dynasty's ranking among the 5 nations. I'm sure the emperor won't reject this temptation. The Ji dynasty has been weak for too long. They need a boost. Suen, King Ping sighed and shook his head. Chu Li said, I know you're not satisfied, your Royal Highness, but this is how the world works. You can't change it based on your will. As for sending troops to attack the Zheng dynasty, I'm sure Suen will agree. King Ping sighed and said, We can't rely on others for revenge. Once the Fu dynasty interferes, will Suen dare to offend them? Only when he became the emperor could he disregard the pressure from the Fu dynasty and forcefully attack the Zheng dynasty, destroy the mysterious pavilion, and avenge the princess consort. Chu Li furrowed his brows and said, Then His Royal Highness means? King Ping remained silent. He also knew that his chances of ascending to the throne were slim. Even if King Jing was not around, or even if there was an accident, when King An was still around, it might be King An's. Then it would be King Cheng's. Although he seemed to be very close to the throne, he was actually the furthest away. No matter what, it would never be his turn. Chu Li sighed. Forget it. How about this? I'll first destroy the mysterious pavilion to avenge the princess. Then your Royal Highness will help Suen. What do you think? Do you have a way to destroy the mysterious pavilion? King Ping asked. Chu Li said, Where there's a will, there's a way. I'll give it a try. All right, if you can destroy the mysterious pavilion, I'll support Suen. King Ping said in a low voice. Chu Li smiled. It's a deal then. King Ping said in a low voice. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Chu Li said, If Suen inherits the throne, he will not take away your military power, your royal highness. King Ping said in a low voice, It's fine. I'm not that interested in fighting a war. Very well. Chu Li clapped his hands and exclaimed, Now, there's only one obstacle, mysterious pavilion. We must destroy them. The mysterious pavilion is similar to the secret guardian's hall. It won't be that easy to destroy them. King Ping said faintly, Martial arts alone won't be enough. They're in Zheng Dynasty's capital city, and there are enlightened masters keeping watch. Chu Li nodded. I will think of a way. Your Royal Highness, please wait patiently for my good news. All right, I'll wait and see. King Ping said in a low voice. At noon, Chu Li was practicing his swordsmanship in his courtyard when he heard the news that the emperor had announced the appointment of King Jing as the crown prince. The court was calm, as if it was supposed to be like this. As expected, other than the Ministry of War, no other officials objected, so it passed smoothly. Once the position of the crown prince was established, the grand ceremony of the heavens would be held the next day. It was a declaration of the crown prince's ascension to the throne to the realm beyond heaven. As the head chief of King An's imperial residence, Chu Li was in charge of everything, so he was qualified to participate in the crowning ceremony. Early in the morning, everyone in the imperial residence dressed up. The three princesses, Xiao Qi, Lung Qing, and Lung Xiu, and Chu Li were escorted out of Fairy's capital's East Gate by the protectors. The East Gate was bustling with activity. All officials above rank 3 were qualified to participate in the crowning ceremony. As soon as they exited the East Gate, they saw a group of people walking slowly in front of them. Using the omniscient mirror, they saw that it was the people from King Jing's imperial residence. Chu Li shook his head helplessly. Xiao Qi turned to look at Chu Li with a faint smile. Chu Li sighed. What a coincidence. He really did not want to see the people from King Jing's imperial residence. The women were all riding on horses and wore white veils that covered their faces, revealing only their bright eyes. They were protected by the protectors. Although there were protectors with sharp eyes standing on both sides of the main road, they still did not feel safe. A moment later, a horse galloped over but was stopped by Zhu Tianhua, Zheng lied, and the others when it got close. Zheng lied quickly came over to report, Head Chief, it's the external chief of King Jing's imperial residence. He's here on King Jing's order to invite you over for a talk. Chu Li frowned and nodded. He said to Xiao Qi and the other women, Everyone, walk slowly. Just follow behind. I'll go and meet King Jing. Go ahead. Xiao Shi said, Be careful. He's the crown prince now. Chu Li nodded. He spurred his horse to the front. An elder sat on the horse and closed fist saluted. Head Chief Chu, His Royal Highness has invited you. Chu Li closed fist saluted and spurred his horse to catch up with him. The protectors stared at him and slowly opened up a path. He arrived in front of King Jing. King Jing and Consort Jing were riding slowly on their horses, sizing him up from their horses. Greetings, Your Royal Highness, Consort Jing. Chu Li went forward and closed fist saluted. No need for formalities. King Jing waved his hand and said, It's been a while since we last met. Head Chief, you're still as elegant as ever. Chu Li smiled. Your Royal Highness, you flatter me. King Jing had always been dignified and quiet. It was not easy for him to say that. Is everything all right at the Imperial Mausoleum? King Jing asked. Chu Li shook his head. Everything's the same. King Jing nodded slowly. Third brother passed away at such a young age. I'm heartbroken, but I can't remember an old friend. I can only take care of King An's imperial residence. If there's anything in the residence, you can look for me directly. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Chu Li said. Consort Jing smiled. Ask the consort to come to my residence often and play with me. I'm free too. Yes, Consort Jing, Chu Li said. Consort Jing said, It's not easy for younger sister Xiao to be widowed at such a young age. As a woman, I understand. Don't hold back if there's anything. Just look for me. Thank you, Consort Jing, Chu said. You may leave, King Jing said. Chu closed fist, saluted, and left. He understood that King Jing was trying to rope him in. Of course, he would not say it out loud. He would leave some leeway to avoid making things difficult for each other. He returned to King An's imperial residence. Xiao Shi stared at him with her deep eyes. Xiao Qi and the other ladies were curious too. Chu smiled. King Jing intends to take care of King An's imperial residence. If there's anything, just look for him. Consort Jing has invited the 3 consorts to visit King Jing's imperial residence often. Xiao Shi was unusually sharp. She tilted her head and looked at him. Looks like King Jing values your intelligence. Chu shook his head and smiled. I'm ashamed. What do you plan to do? Xiao Shi scoffed. Chu said, I don't deserve it. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes at him. King Jing's imperial residence suddenly sped up. They followed suit. When they passed the imperial enclosure and continued eastward, they arrived at a crowning altar. A tall altar was erected on the flat square. It was about 10 meters tall. There were all sorts of mysterious symbols carved on the altar. This crowning altar was guarded all year round to prevent unauthorized personnel from getting close. Chu also noticed that the green bricks on the ground were also carved with strange symbols. They resonated with the altar and blended into one. Chapter 1143. He didn't find anything special about it. It seemed that these symbols were only for decoration, deliberately mystifying, and didn't have the slightest energy reaction. However, he had a faint feeling that it wasn't that simple. After all, this was the heaven-offering altar, a place that connected to the heavens beyond the heavens. There were definitely mysteries behind it. Thus, he imprinted all the symbols into his mind and studied them in detail. He looked at Xiao Qi in surprise. Previously, his attention had been attracted by these mysterious symbols, and he had not paid attention to the people at the scene. The wide and flat square was already packed with people. There were ministers and their families, as well as relatives of the emperor. It was very lively. He saw Xiao Taiying in the crowd. Other than Xiao Taiying, there was also Lu Yulo. Other than that, there were 10 other young men with them. They were surrounded by a group of guards from the imperial house, and the security was much stricter than that of the royal family's disciples. These imperial house protectors were all top-notch masters with more than 200 years of experience. They were all internal guards of the imperial house and were comparable to the inner mausoleum protectors. Chu glanced around but did not see the emperor. Xiao Qi was standing beside him. When she heard his voice, she turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Big brother is here, do you know?" Chu asked. Xiao Qi was stunned and shook her head. Big brother didn't say anything. The news from the House of High Dukes was extremely fast, especially since she was connected to the House of High Dukes Jade Sparrow. She could receive news from the House of High Dukes at any time. If Big Brother was going to come over, he would probably tell her in advance. Chu smiled and said, "Big Brother is indeed here. Other than Master Xiao Taiying, it seems that the rest of the High Dukes public houses are here too. It seems that this grand ceremony is quite grand. All 12 High Dukes public houses are attending. So be it. Why do you have to keep a secret?" Xiao Qi frowned. Chu said, "Maybe they're afraid that someone will ruin it." Xiao Qi nodded. Very quickly, a guard from the imperial house came over to instruct everyone to stand in their respective positions. The densely packed crowd gradually separated into several groups in an orderly manner. Chu Li and the others were the furthest away, as the chancellors were in front of them. The heaven worship altar was about 20 meters tall. Even from afar, one could clearly see everything on the altar. A loud voice resounded throughout the entire heavenly worship altar. "The heavenly worship ceremony begins. Welcome the emperor." This loud and clear voice drowned out everyone's voices. Everyone fell silent and looked up. It was as if the sun had fallen from the sky, causing everyone to close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes again, an old man in a bright yellow dragon robe was already standing on the altar. It was the emperor, Lung Wufeng. Lung Wufeng's gaze swept across the people one by one. My subjects, I'm conferring the crown prince today, and I'm here to report this to the beyond heaven. Where's the crown prince? King Jing slowly stepped onto the crowning heaven altar and gave a fist salute. Greetings, father. Lung Wufeng nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to look at the others. Where are the 12 dukes? Xiao Teng, Lu Yulo, and the other young men slowly made their way to the crowning heaven altar. When they arrived in front of Lung Wufeng, they cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings, your majesty. 12 heirs, do you object to my crown prince? Lung Wufeng looked at the 12 heirs and asked in a deep voice. The 12 junior dukes were silent for a moment before they slowly shook their heads. Agreed, agreed, agreed. 12 voices of agreement rang out in succession. Their voices weren't loud, but they rang clearly in everyone's ears. Chu Li turned to look at Shao Qi and lowered his voice. Are they allowed to object? Yes. Shao Qi nodded. The 12 high dukes have the right to object to the heir to the throne. Chu Li pondered. Shao Qi said, if one of the 12 high dukes objects, the heir won't be able to inherit the throne, but every high duke only has one chance to object. Chu Li slowly nodded. It was not easy to fight for the throne. If it was not justifiable, a high duke could veto all efforts, and it would be extremely difficult for Su and to become the emperor. Lung Wufeng said, all right, since the 12 high dukes have no objections, please show us the high duke token. The 12 heirs to the high dukes moved swiftly and surrounded the emperor and King Jing in the middle, forming a circle. Then they took out a black sword-shaped token from their bosoms and raised it high above their heads. The tip of the sword was pointed diagonally upwards as they closed their eyes and started channeling. Chu Li's eyes flickered as he observed the heart techniques of the heirs in his mind. He realized that their heart techniques were different, and the heart technique to activate each token was different. The crowd held their breaths as they stared at the 12 high duke tokens. They were extremely curious about the tokens. As time passed, the high duke tokens underwent a wonderful change. The black tokens began to emit a faint luster that was so dark that it was shiny. Then the luster grew brighter and slowly spread upward, upward, and upward. Eventually, the luster began to converge above their heads. The 12 luster seemed to be black and shiny, but they were all different. When they merged, they formed a milky white luster. The milky white luster was like moonlight. It was as if the moon had fallen and shone on their faces, making them look solemn. Lung Wufeng and King Jing, who were in the middle, looked solemn. Lung Wufeng took out 2 black sword-shaped tokens, one big and one small, and passed the smaller one to King Jing. King Jing closed his eyes to channel, while Lung Wufeng sat with his legs crossed and placed the token between his brows. The milky white luster suddenly entered Lung Wufeng's token as if it had never appeared. Lung Wufeng's black token did not react at all. The crowd's vision darkened, and they looked at Lung Wufeng's token in confusion. Lung Wufeng's body quivered a little, and his body began to emit a luster that grew brighter and brighter. In the end, the luster disappeared into the black token. Then, the token shone all of a sudden, and a golden light that was as thick as a fist shot into the sky. The sky lit up all of a sudden, and a light door slowly appeared. The door of light was incomparably huge. Under the illumination of the golden light, the huge door of light slowly opened, and everyone could see the pavilions and palaces inside. There were graceful women flying around, carefree men coming and going, as well as strange flowers and trees that were faintly discernible. The crowd knew that this was the Outland, so they craned their necks to look at it. They wished they could just fly up there. Chu Li frowned when he sensed the boundless energy faintly appearing on the light door. He was not worth mentioning in front of this energy. All of a sudden, a vague shadow emerged from the top of Lung Wufeng's head and landed on the golden token. The golden light shone on it, and it became as solid as a real person. It was only the size of a palm, and it looked like a miniature version of Lung Wufeng. The miniature person had clear features, and one could even see his calm and solemn expression. He looked like he was only about 30 years old, and he was real. The miniature person nodded at the crowd and looked up at the light door. Then he glided up along the golden light pillar and appeared in front of the huge light door in the blink of an eye. Then he stepped in. The crowd gasped in admiration. This was the power of an enlightened master, which allowed him to reach the Outland. Chuli was shocked. He had seen the Holy Church of Light's disciples enter the great light surpassing state, which was also in the Outland, but it was not as clear and vast as this. It was as if he was closer, and he could feel the boundless energy. Chapter 1144. P.S. Update complete. King Jing was channeling his energy while holding the black badge. He ignored everything around him and did not look up at the giant light door. The light ball suddenly appeared above his head and entered through his Bai acupuncture point. His body shone brightly. His beard and purple robe fluttered as he slowly floated up and hovered 10 meters in the air, as if he was in a strong wind. The people looked at him curiously, then at the smaller Lung Wufeng who was standing in front of the light door. Lung Wufeng seemed to be looking down before he descended along the golden light pillar and returned to the top of King Jing's head in an instant. The golden light pillar disappeared. As the giant light door in the sky slowly disappeared, a graceful voice was faintly heard. The people were mesmerized by it and could not pull themselves away. When Chu Li heard the graceful voice, he vaguely felt that it was similar to the Tian Luo sect's musical assassination technique. It seemed like the Tian Luo sect had a powerful background as well. It was probably a heart technique passed down from the Outland. He had to study it carefully and not underestimate it. Lung Wufeng slowly opened his eyes and gave a fist salute to the 12 high dukes to thank them. He was in high spirits, as if he was bathed in a layer of light that was warm and clear. He did not look like an ordinary person, but a deity. The chancellors around him felt an inexplicable sense of respect. Xiao Taiying and the other 12 high dukes returned the gesture. Their faces were pale, and they looked weak, as if they had just gone through a great battle. The light from the high duke badge had depleted their inner energy, so they needed to recuperate. The light on King Jing's body slowly receded and dimmed. Finally, it vanished into his body, and he gently landed on the ground. Chu Li could feel the surging force from King Jing's body. Although it was not as strong as Lung Wufeng's, it was already shocking. His cultivation level had skyrocketed, and he was even stronger than Chu Li. Chu Li initially thought that even if he could not defeat an enlightened master, he could easily defeat a grandmaster. However, after witnessing King Jing's cultivation level, he knew that he had to work harder. King Jing slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with cold electricity. When their eyes met, Chu Li felt like his eyes were being burned, and he dared not look him in the eye. Xiaoqi exclaimed softly, "What a powerful cultivation level!" Chu Li nodded. Seeing is believing. The Outland was indeed the Outland. The power of a single light ball was truly powerful. This one move was equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation by others. How could such a method not be respected, feared, and envied? Lung Wufeng said in a deep voice, "From today onward, King Jing will be conferred the title of Crown Prince by the Outland. You've worked hard, please go ahead." Chu Li kept staring at the crowning heaven altar. When the 12 high duke medallions were activated, the runes on the medallions seemed to be flowing with a faint aura. It seemed like there was something special about them, but they did not affect the medallions. It seemed like without them, the medallions could still unleash enough power to open the gate to beyond heaven and send Lung Wufeng up. Chu Li frowned and pondered. These symbols seemed to have appeared when the High Duke's order was activated. The strangeness was the most obvious when the Divine Gate was opened. Once the Divine Gate was closed, the strangeness disappeared. Could it be that these symbols were related to the realm beyond heaven? With a flash of light, Lung Wufeng and King Jing disappeared from the altar. Xiaoqi said, "Second eldest sister, let big brother rest in the imperial residence." "Okay." Xiao Shi nodded. The people around the crowning heaven altar remained quiet. No one spoke loudly because they were all shocked by the scene earlier. Chu Li shook his head. This scene was more effective than any words. It made people respect and loyal. When the 12 Air High Dukes left the altar, the imperial house's internal guards quickly went forward and surrounded them. They were afraid that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble, so they escorted them away. Xiao Qi fluttered over and called out, "Big brother!" Xiao Taiying looked over and smiled. He quickly waved at her. "Little younger sister." Xiao Qi waved at him and said, "Don't rush back. Come to the imperial residence to rest." "All right." Xiao Taiying hesitated for a while before he nodded. He smiled at the 4 imperial house's internal guards beside him. "There's no need to trouble you, sirs. I have the imperial residence's protectors here. It's fine." The 4 elders with white eyebrows and beards shook their heads. "Heir Xiao, we've been ordered to send you back to the High Duke's public house." "We can't leave," one of the elders said. "We don't dare to stop you from going anywhere, but we'll have to follow closely." "All right, I'll have to trouble you then." Xiao Taiying smiled. Xiao Taiying walked in front of Xiao Qi and looked at her. "Little younger sister, you look good." Xiao Qi smiled. "Big brother, why didn't you greet us before you came?" "I didn't have time." Xiao Taiying shook his head. "We came here in secret. No one knows. We only left a letter for your sister-in-law." Xiao Qi said, "Let's go. Second eldest sister is waiting over there." The 2 of them and the 4 imperial house's internal guards came to Chu Li. Chu Li smiled and fist saluted, calling him big brother. Xiao Taiying was elated. Although the siblings often met up, Chu Li would often bring Xiao Qi and Xiao Shi back to the High Duke's public house and stay for a night or two before returning to the imperial residence when no one was paying attention. However, he was exceptionally happy to be able to meet them in Fairy's capital. On the way back, Chu Li and Xiao Taiying walked side by side. The protectors around them spread out and kept a distance between them. "Big brother, the High Duke's public house has the right to deny the succession of the throne. If King Jing doesn't ascend the throne in the future, will the High Duke's public house really object?" Chu Li pondered. "Under normal circumstances, it won't. Isn't it the same for every emperor? There's no difference to the High Duke's public house, so why should we object? Unless the High Duke's public house has an obligation to object to the emperor's public house. If not, this right will not be used." Chu Li said, "Then can the High Duke's public house appoint the emperor?" "You guessed it?" Xiao Taiying looked at him in surprise. Chu Li said, "I have a vague feeling." He felt that after the light from the 12 High Dukes' orders entered the emperor's token, it did not become stronger. It was still them, and then opened the door to the outland. He thought that even without the emperor's token, the 12 High Dukes' tokens could still open the door to the outland. In that case, they might be able to reach heaven and decide the successor to the throne. Xiao Taiying looked around and said in a low voice, "This is a big secret of the High Duke's public house. It can't be leaked." Chu Li said, "To be able to abolish the throne, it really can't be leaked. This would damage the imperial family's prestige, and it would be a taboo for the High Duke's public house." He pondered again and said, "This kind of throne isn't easy, right? When the imperial family is weak, it's time for the High Duke's public house to stand up. When the imperial family is strong, the High Duke's public house will hide outside. The throne must be of the Lung family's bloodline. If others can't do it, there will be some other price to pay," Xiao Taiying said slowly. Chu Li nodded. "Once the crown prince is confirmed, the emperor's throne will be as stable as a rock. Can there be any accidents?" "Of course," Xiao Taiying said. "If the crown prince is unpopular and arrogant, he will have no chance to be the emperor." Chu Li nodded. "That's good." Xiao Taiying looked at Chu Li. "Chu Li, why are you so concerned about the emperor's throne? Has King Ping not given up yet?" He knew that Chu Li and King Ping were close. Chu Li smiled and did not refute. Chapter 1145. When they returned to the imperial residence of King, and the 4 imperial house internal guards were still by Xiao Taiying's side. When they arrived at the imperial residence of King, and the 4 imperial house internal guards relaxed a little and no longer stuck close to Xiao Taiying. In the evening, The setting sun shone on the backyard of the imperial residence of King and Chu Li, and Xiao Ting sat in a gazebo in the backyard and chatted. Chu Li, based on what you said, do you have any thoughts about the throne? Chu Li said, to be honest, I want Suen to fight for the throne. If he wanted to push Su and to succeed to the throne, he would not be able to rely on himself. He needed more help. The public house did not seem strong at first glance, but it was deeply rooted and everywhere. Moreover, the power hidden in the dark could often win by surprise and determine the outcome of the battle. Not everything in the world could be solved by martial arts. Sometimes, even the most powerful martial arts could not do anything. Suen, Xiao Taiying frowned. You're dreaming. Suen is the next prince, and he's king and son. If he's King Jing's son, there's still a chance. Suen is a disciple of the Titanium Temple and a Buddhist. Cultivating the 10 lifetimes of Dharma, he will eventually become a Buddha. If he succeeds the throne, with the support of the Titanium Temple, the imperial family will no longer be suppressed by the Tempest Temple. This is a great temptation. Xiao Taiying nodded. As the heir to the House of High Dukes, he knew what the emperor was worried about. The Tempest Temple was already the emperor's inner demon. He could not win against the temple's enlightened masters, and the imperial court could not suppress the Tempest Temple. As such, he could not control the Ji dynasty as he wished and weaken the country's power. Chu Li said, but this alone is not enough. What other ideas do you have? Sigh. Xiao Taiying sighed and smiled bitterly. I really can't think of any advantages for Suen. He is not familiar with politics. King Jing is proficient in politics and knows the imperial court like the back of his hand. He is not afraid of being deceived by the chancellors. Chu Li nodded. Xiao Taiying said, also he is too young. Even if he succeeds the throne, he will at most be in his 20s? Yes. Chu Li nodded helplessly. He's at an impulsive age. Xiao Taiying shook his head and said, a man without hair on his mouth is not reliable. The courtiers find it hard to trust him. Chu Li frowned and pondered. You want him to make enough contributions and contribute enough? He's too young to enter the imperial court. Xiao Taiying sighed. No one will be able to witness his wisdom. Chu Li smiled and said, he's a disciple of the Titanium Temple. He possesses divine powers, and his wisdom is far beyond that of an ordinary person's. You can feel how extraordinary he is just by interacting with him. That's good. Xiao Taiying nodded and said, people will always have some respect and tolerance for extraordinary people. Chu Li said, it's not difficult to be proficient in political affairs. As long as you find a good master to teach you for a while, you'll be able to grasp it quickly. Suen's wisdom is definitely not something King Jing can compare to. If that's the case, Xiao Taiying smiled. It's a huge advantage. Chu Li nodded. Suen's wisdom is worthy of the word wise. Suen's talents were shocking. Coupled with his training in the Titanium Temple, he would be even more shocking, far surpassing King Jing. This was his biggest advantage. However, if he wanted to turn these advantages into real power, he still needed to have enough tricks up his sleeves. Xiao Taiying said, if that's the case, Suen taking the throne isn't just a fantasy. Chu Li said, I'm planning to let Suen enter the fairies' capital in the last 3 years to influence the people. Then, I'll cooperate with him to build momentum. As for King Jing, he shook his head and sighed. I don't have any grudges with King Jing. Unfortunately, there's no room for sentiment in the fight for the throne, Xiao Ting said. Chu Li said, King Jing has Lu Yurong as his mastermind. It won't be easy to deal with him. Xiao Taiying chuckled. He knew Lu Yurong's intelligence the best. Back then, they were suppressed by the Rin public house to the point where they could not even lift their heads. Hence, he hated and feared Lu Yurong. If it were not for Chu Li's appearance, the E public house would probably still be suppressed by the Rin public house. Chu Li looked at him. Xiao Taiying smiled. I heard from my younger sister that Lu Yurong has a good impression of you. I know that Lu Yurong has always had her eyes on the top of her head. She looks down on all men in the world. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. She's just imagining things. Women tend to leave their husbands. I have an idea. It'll kill two birds with one stone, Co. Taiying laughed. Chuli smiled. Forget it. Co. Taiying laughed. You've guessed it? Taking Lu Yurong in will weaken King Jing and strengthen ourselves. It's killing two birds with one stone. Why not? Chuli laughed. Big brother, if Xiaoqi heard what you just said, she'll definitely scold you. I can't help it. It's for the good of everyone, Co. Taiying smiled. I can see that you and I are not on the same path. You have a lot of thoughts. If the Ren public house and the Yi public house could unite instead of being enemies, it would be the best. He was still afraid of the Ren public house. Chuli was fighting for the throne in the fairy's capital. Lu Yurong would not sit still and wait for death. She would definitely use Chu Li's weakness to deal with the Yi public house. Instead of being enemies, it was better to become friends. With Chu Li and Lu Yurong's wisdom combined, they might be able to push Su into the throne. Otherwise, King Jing's advantage was too great. With Lu Yurong's plan, Sun would be far from the throne. Chu Li shook his head. Big brother, don't worry. It's impossible. I'm not testing you, Co. Taiying said. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. He looked behind him. Xiaoqi suddenly appeared and glared at Co. Taiying coldly. Co. Taiying turned his head and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He laughed and tried to get himself out of the situation. Younger sister, when did you come? Xiaoqi's martial arts was far better than his. She did not even notice when she got close. He was afraid that she had already arrived and was eavesdropping on them. That would be too embarrassing. Xiaoqi said lightly. You're really my good big brother. Co. Taiying felt that something was wrong. He quickly smiled. Younger sister, I was just testing Chuli. It seems like he's not bad. Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at him. Big brother, what other ideas do you have? Well, Co. Taiying quickly said, I can't get involved in the open. I can only help in the dark. That's good. Xiaoqi said, it's not easy to be the crown prince. There will always be mistakes. Big brother, just help keep an eye on it. Co. Taiying quickly said, no problem. He was a little embarrassed. Then I won't disturb you two anymore. Go and rest. Send me back tomorrow. Chuli nodded. Xiaoqi watched Co. Taiying's silhouette disappear at the corner of the quiet path. She turned her head and glanced at Chuli. Chuli smiled. With Big Brother's help, it'll be much easier. Big Brother's suggestion didn't tempt you? Xiaoqi said lightly. Chuli laughed. You're doing it again. Xiaoqi said, I'm serious. I'm not testing you. She knew herself well. Ever since she got married, her regal sword scripture had become more and more refined. As it progressed, she could feel that her emotions had become indifferent. It was as if she had lost all excitement. Previously, when she was lying in Chu Li's arms, she was so excited that her whole body was trembling. She was so excited that her mind went blank. Now that she was lying in Chu Li's arms, she only felt warm and peaceful. Chapter 1146. As her mastery of the regal sword scripture improved, her soul energy became stronger. Chuli could see through others, but not her thoughts. He could only guess from her subtle expressions and movements. However, Xiaoqi had always been cold and calm. Even though they were as close as husband and wife, Chuli could not see through her thoughts. Chuli did not take Xiaoqi's words seriously. No matter how indifferent Xiaoqi was, she was still a woman and her nature could not be eradicated. Relationships were inherently selfish, so it was impossible for her to give her man to another woman. It went against her nature. Therefore, he did not believe what Xiaoqi said. He tried not to mention Lu Yurong in front of Xiaoqi. After all, there was already a knot in her heart. If he mentioned Lu Yurong again, it would only make Xiaoqi unhappy and hurt her. Xiaoqi frowned at him. Chuli smiled. Are you going to stay with Big Brother for a while? I'm not going back. Xiaoqi shook her head. With sister-in-law around, Big Brother won't be lonely. I'll stay here with second eldest sister. Chuli nodded. All right then. I'm going to the Li dynasty. I haven't been back for a long time. You're no longer a secret guardian. Are you going back to the Li dynasty? Chuli asked. The Holy Church of Light is powerful. I've worked so hard to break into the inner circle. It's a pity to give up. I'll see if I can use the Holy Church to do something. If he could become a higher up in the Holy Church of Light, It would be best if he could use the Holy Church's name to do some secret things. His hatred for the Holy Church of Light was slowly weakening, but he did not have any other feelings. Li Ruolin's death had cut off his relationship with the Holy Church of Light. Now, he was thinking about how to use them to help Suen fight for the throne. That's true. Xiao Qi nodded. But it's too dangerous. Chu Li smiled. The Holy Church of Light isn't dangerous. All right. Xiao Qi shook her head. Don't go for a long time. Of course not. Chu Li smiled. In the early morning, he suddenly appeared in his residence in Gale City. The residence was spotless, and a few scribes and maids were busy cleaning. Through the omniscient mirror, Chu Li could see that Gale Branch was also bustling with activity. Chu Li smiled as if his departure did not affect anything. The entire Gale City was very peaceful, and the streets were bustling with people. He clapped his hands, and a maid immediately came in. Her eyes widened when she saw Chu Li. Master, you're back. Chu Li nodded. Call Ko Chiong over. Yes, the maid quickly answered. Chu Li picked up a book and began to read it carefully. He withdrew the heavenly demonic power and began to circulate the light technique again. After a short while, Ko Chiong walked in with large strides. He wore a gray robe and had a calm expression. Chu Li put down the scroll and looked at him. What happened? He could see the seriousness in Ko Chiong's calm expression. Something must have happened. No, nothing. Ko Chiong quickly shook his head. Chu Li frowned. Do you think you can hide it from me? Young master, Ko Chiong said helplessly, it's really not a big deal. Chu Li's face darkened. Ko Chiong stuttered, It's just that young master's position has been dismissed. Chu Li scoffed. Who's exempt? I heard that the saint personally gave the order. Ko Chiong's voice was extremely soft. Chu Li remained calm and asked, Why did she exempt me from being a branch leader? The saint sent someone to assign you an errand, young master, but you didn't show up. Ko Chiong said helplessly, We're useless and couldn't find your isolated cultivation grounds. Chu Li scoffed. Because I've been in isolated cultivation, my position as branch leader was dismissed? Yes. Ko Chiong nodded. Chu Li asked, Who's the branch leader now? There's a new Zhao Chun. Ko Chiong said helplessly, He's a powerful person. What about me? Chu Li asked calmly. You'll just be relieved of your duties. No. Ko Chiong nodded. Chu Li could not help but laugh. I built Gale Branch, but someone else took the fruits of my labor. How interesting. What do you guys think? Everyone's furious, but they dare not say anything. Ko Chiong said helplessly, The new branch leader Zhao is very harsh. If we don't listen to him, we'll be punished heavily or even killed. He killed Gale Branch's disciples? Chu Li frowned. Ko Chiong nodded. 2. Chu Li's face darkened. How impressive. Ko Chiong quickly said, Young master, don't fight him head-on. His martial arts is very high. Chu Li said, I'd like to see him. What if the saint blames me? Ko Chiong quickly said. Chu Li laughed coldly. What's there to be afraid of if she dismissed me from my position as branch leader? He killed Gale Branch's disciples as he pleased. I must avenge him. Then he stood up and left the living room. Ko Chiong was shocked and quickly said, Young master. Chu Li waved his hand and did not stop walking. Say no more. Ko Chiong was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Knowing that he could not stop Chu Li, he hurriedly followed behind him and reminded him, Young master, he's the branch leader appointed by the saint. You can't act recklessly. He was actually afraid that Chu Li would not be able to defeat him. Based on branch leader Zhao's temperament, he would not let Chu Li go and would kill him if he had the chance. It would be such a shame if Chu Li died in the hands of branch leader Zhao. He also understood Chu Li's anger. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be enraged. Chu Li strode out of his residence and headed toward Gale Branch. His residence was not far from Gale Branch, so he soon arrived at Gale Branch. When the two protectors in front of the door saw Chu Li, they were stunned and quickly gave him a fist salute. Branch leader. Chu Li waved his hand and scoffed. I'm no longer the branch leader. There's no need to greet me. Yes. The two of them put down their fists and looked at him in confusion, but they did not stop him. Chu Li walked inside without any obstructions. Soon, he went past the screen wall and arrived at a flat martial arts field. The martial arts field was bustling with activity. Almost 100 people were practicing their martial arts. Chu Li walked over slowly. When someone saw him, they immediately stopped and gave him a fist salute. Then, everyone looked over and gave him a fist salute. Chu Li waved his hand. Go and practice your martial arts. Yes. Everyone responded and began to cultivate again. However, they were a little absent-minded. Gale Branch had changed hands. The branch leader was no longer Zhao De. Zhao De was removed from his position as the branch leader, and someone else took over his position. Moreover, that person quickly established his authority and stood firm. This new branch leader Zhao was unyielding and overbearing. After killing 2 people, everyone knew that he was a ruthless person, so they dared not go against him. Although Chu Li was removed from his position as the branch leader, he was still the founder of Gale Branch. His great power was already imprinted in everyone's mind. Therefore, they dared not neglect him when they saw him. However, they were secretly excited because they did not know which of the 2 branch leaders was stronger. It seemed like a fight was about to break out. Chu Li walked slowly into the main hall and saw a handsome middle-aged man sitting in the main hall. The man was casually drinking tea while looking at Chu Li. Chu Li asked, "You're Zhao Chun?" Zhao Chun glanced at him and slowly put down his teacup. "Who are you?" "Zhao De," Chu Li replied. Chapter 1147. P.S. Update complete. So it's you. Zhao Chun was handsome, and he looked gentle as he sat in the armchair. However, his gaze was as cold as ice as he asked, "You hate me for taking your position, don't you?" Chu Li said in a low voice, "You didn't take away my position as the branch leader. It was the saint who took it away. However, you shouldn't have killed my men. As the branch leader, you couldn't protect your brothers in the branch, and instead, you killed them. You don't deserve to be the branch leader." His voice was calm and clear as he channeled it with his inner energy. His voice was heard by everyone in the martial arts field. Everyone knew it was his voice the moment they heard it. "Hee, it's not up to you to decide if I'm worthy or not." Zhao Chun smiled and shook his head. "Are you here to avenge them?" Chu Li replied. "I'm here to avenge them." "Very well," Zhao Chun said. "I've heard about you for a long time. You're a genius among geniuses. Unfortunately, you've only cultivated for 2 years, and you're still far from being worthy. You should leave now that I'm in a good mood." Chu Li frowned as he sized him up and shook his head. "You're not very capable, but you're quite arrogant." Zhao Chun frowned and stared at him coldly. "Are you saying that I'm not very capable? Do you think you're a master?" Chu Li sneered and shook his head. "You're a frog in a well. You're really ignorant. It seems like one can't be too kind," Zhao Chun said coldly. "Since you can't be soft-hearted, I'll show you what a master is." He shot toward Chu Li from the armchair like an arrow that was released from a bow. He reached Chu Li in an instant and threw a punch. Chu Li threw a flat punch. Bang! Zhao Chun left as quickly as he came. He shot back like an arrow that left the bow. Chu Li shook his head. Zhao Chun sat steadily on the armchair and looked at Chu Li hesitantly. Although he did not give his all in that attack, he used 70 to 80% of his abilities. Yet, Chu Li repelled his attack. He should not underestimate this ugly fella. Chu Li sneered. "That's all you've got." Again, Zhao Chun soared again and leaped toward Chu Li. His fist was like a hammer as he smashed it down. Chu Li countered with a punch. Zhao Chun had already charged forward to block Chu Li's counterattack. However, he did not expect Chu Li's fist force to be empty. He could no longer control his forward momentum and hurriedly pulled back to stop his body. Suddenly, Chu Li's fist force surged out and hit his body. The combination of his own strength and Chu Li's strength sent him flying out of the hall. He landed on the steps below and landed firmly on the ground. He did not look like he was in a sorry state. Chu Li stepped over the threshold and stood on the steps. He stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. "How dare you kill my people with such meager abilities?" Zhao Chun snorted and shot out again. With one hand behind his back, Chu Li launched a light punch with the other. Bang! Zhao Chun flew out like a kite, with a broken string and landed heavily on the ground. This time, Zhao Chun slid more than 10 meters after landing. Chu Li's fist force was strange. It seemed to have dissipated, but it suddenly reappeared after Zhao Chun landed on the ground. Once again, Chu Li pushed Zhao Chun backward. Zhao Chun flipped over and got up. The muscles on his handsome face were twisted, and he looked terrifying. He stared at Chu Li coldly and emotionlessly, as though he was treating Chu Li as a dead man. Then he pounced on Chu Li again. Chu Li shook his head. "You're too weak." After his punch, Zhao Chun somersaulted again and flew more than 10 meters away. He landed on the ground and slid more than 10 meters away. He stopped at the same spot where he had stopped previously. This showed Chu Li's precise control of his inner energy. The people at the martial arts field nearby had stopped and were looking over. They were delighted to see that Chu Li had the upper hand and Zhao Chun was in a sorry state. They wanted to cheer, but they restrained themselves lest Zhao Chun would come after them. Chu Li stood on the steps with his hands behind his back and shook his head. "Insensible. If you attack again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Die." Zhao Chun roared furiously and shot out another saber in the air. TSS. The flying blade was as fast as lightning and reached Chu Li in an instant. Chu Li shook his head. "What a joke." As he spoke, he swung his arm and a cold gleam shot out from between his fingers at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun had dodged to the side and avoided the blade. Of course, he knew that Chu Li was impersonating Zhao Dai, and that his light blade was at an extremely high level. However, Chu Li chose to do the exact opposite and performed the light blade right in front of him. If Chu Li was caught off guard, he might end up killing Chu Li instead. Little did he know that Chu Li had seen through his plan. The blade flashed. Just as Zhao Chun was relieved, he realized that a cold gleam had appeared in front of his chest. He quickly fell backward, but it was too late. TSS. The flying blade grazed his chest and throat. Eventually, it cut open his shirt and cut his cheek, causing blood to flow out. Chu Li flashed the flying blade in his hand, which shone under the sun. He said coldly, "If it weren't for the church rules, I would have killed you today." Zhao Chun stood up and wiped the blood off his face. He glared at Chu Li. Deep down, he was shocked. Zhao Dai's light blade was top-notch. He had underestimated him. Chu Li said, "Cripple your own martial arts, so that I don't have to do it myself." "Impossible." Zhao Chun sneered. "Cripple my martial arts if you have the guts." Chu Li sized him up and remarked, "You're quite strong-willed." He swung his blade. Zhao Chun could not help but dodge it. Another blade silently hit his shoulder. Zhao Chun grunted and held his right shoulder as he glared at Chu Li. Chu Li said, "I'd like to see how long you can last." Then he swung his blade again. Zhao Chun managed to dodge the first blade, but could not avoid the second one. His left shoulder was hit again. Chu Li swung his blade over and over again. Eventually, he only used energy blades instead of real blades. Zhao Chun's body was covered in wounds that were dripping with blood, as though he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. In just a short while, he was covered in blood and looked terrifying. Chu Li expressionlessly swung his blade again and again, as though there was no end to it. It was hopeless. Eventually, Zhao Chun stopped dodging. He knew that Chu Li would only cripple his martial arts and would not dare to kill him. Otherwise, his martial arts would be crippled too. Chu Li said, "You heard that I've killed an altar leader, right?" "Umph." Zhao Chun scoffed. Of course, he knew that Chu Li had killed an altar leader. However, he thought that it was because of a woman, which was why he went crazy and killed someone. After receiving such a heavy punishment, he was afraid that Chu Li would not dare to kill his fellow disciples anymore. Moreover, he had only killed a subordinate and not a woman. Chu Li said, "I won't kill you. I don't think you dare to." Zhao Chun sneered. If Zhao Dai tried to kill him again, he would definitely die. Even if he could not be punished according to the church's rules, the higher-ups of the Holy Church of Light would not allow a disciple like him to exist. Chu Li said, "I can spare you from the death penalty, but I won't forgive you. I'll slice you into an ugly monster, and no one will dare to look at you." "How dare you?" Zhao Chun scoffed. Chu Li said, "Do you think I dare to? Watch out." Chapter 1148. Chu Li stabbed Zhao Chun again and again, turning him into a bloody gourd. It was a gruesome sight. Chu Li stood on the steps with his hands behind his back and looked at him coldly. The martial arts field was dead silent as everyone looked at Zhao Chun coldly. Zhao Chun had killed 2 Gale Branch disciples and established his authority. Nobody dared to disobey him, but they were filled with hatred and fear for him instead of respect. Now that they saw Chu Li teaching him a lesson, they were thrilled and wanted to cheer loudly. Ko Qiong and the other 2 secretly stomped their feet. They knew the Holy Church of Light's rules. Disciples of the same faction were not allowed to kill each other, or they would be severely punished. The young master had already received a heavy punishment and was sent here. Not only did the young master not reflect on his mistakes, he even did such a thing. Needless to say, he knew that the young master would receive an even heavier punishment. It was really unjust to be punished for such a fellow. Chu Li looked at Zhao Chun and said, "Even if the Gale Branch disciples wanted to kill them, you don't have to do it. How dare you kill my people? Seeing that you're from the Great Light Peak, I'll spare your life. Get out of Gale City now, or I'll teach you a lesson every time I see you." Zhao Chun's face was covered in bloody wounds, which made him look hideous. He glared at Chu Li with eyes that were burning with hatred. Chu Li said, "Get lost. Zhao De, I'm the branch leader of Gale Branch. This is an order from a saint. How dare you disobey her?" Zhao Chun gritted his teeth. Chu Li smiled. "The saint sent you here because I wasn't around. Since I'm here, you should get lost. I want to tell the saint that although the Gale Branch disciples aren't the Holy Church's disciples, they're considered the outer circle. You've committed a heinous crime by killing them. They deserve to die," Zhao Chun said coldly. Chu Li shook his head. "No matter how heinous the crime is, as long as they're not traitors or traitors, they won't be sentenced to death. You're just trying to show your power by killing them out of selfishness. All right, enough. Gather. Pro-karmic forces? Pro-karmic forces? Pro-karmic forces? You?" Zhao Chun glared at him. Right now, his only weapon was righteousness. He was personally appointed by the saint as the branch leader of the Gale Branch. As long as he had this appointment, Zhao De would not dare to do anything to him. He would only suffer physical pain. Chu Li turned his head to look at the people in the martial arts field and scoffed. "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and leave. Are you going to listen to his orders later?" When everyone heard this, they hurriedly turned around and left. They understood what Chu Li meant. If Zhao Chun ordered them to attack Zhao De in the name of the branch leader, they would be considered as disobeying the order if they did not attack. However, they dare not attack either. Since they were in a dilemma, they might as well flee. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared without a trace. They hid to the side and watched the show in the dark. Chu Li sized up Zhao Chun and waved his hand. "You can leave now." As he spoke, 2 more saber lights shot out. Zhao Chunchue's chi was weak and his movements were powerless. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. 2 more wounds appeared on his body. Chu Li scoffed and swung his saber 4 more times, causing 4 more wounds on Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun realized that the situation was bad. If this went on, his vitality would be greatly damaged even if he survived. It would be difficult for him to recover. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him, so he turned and ran. Chu Li scoffed behind him. "You're thinking about how to complain about me to the Great Light Peak, aren't you?" Zhao Chun stopped in his tracks and quickly ran out. Chu Li shook his head and watched as he disappeared. Zhao Chun's face was ruined. Even if he had spirit medicine to repair it, he would not be able to recover. His blade force contained a trace of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture's inner energy, so his wounds would always be there. Unless someone with superior martial arts skills or a cultivator of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture intervened, only then could the energy in his wounds be erased. Ko Qiong and the other 2 flew over and looked at him helplessly. Chu Li smiled. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not dead." "Young master, you're in big trouble." Ko Qiong sighed. "What will the saint think? She'll think that you're making an example out of yourself to express your dissatisfaction with her arrangements." Chu Li replied, "Indeed, I'm dissatisfied. However, no matter how dissatisfied I am, I can't teach Zhao Chun a lesson. He's the branch leader, and fellow disciples of the Great Light Peak can't kill each other. Lu Shu sighed. Young master, this isn't a wise move. You're letting your emotions affect your decisions. Chu Li gave him a sidelong glance. Lu Shu quickly smiled. Yes, I said something wrong. This Zhao Chun is indeed hateful. Feng Wuji said, in my opinion, you should have done it in secret. Don't teach him a lesson in front of everyone. Find a dark night, lure him there, and teach him a lesson. He won't know who did it. Chu Li shook his head. If I have to tolerate such a person, what's the point of living if I can't calm down? All right, you guys don't have to worry. The saint will punish you severely. Feng Wuji sighed. Ko Qiong wiped his palm across his neck. Why don't we just kill him? Lu Shu and Feng Wuji quickly nodded as they agreed with this suggestion. They were ruthless people, so they felt that it was better to just kill Zhao Chun so that they would not have any gossip. Chu Li said, do you think the saint is stupid? I can't hide it from her. I won't let him live if I have a way. He did not want to be implicated because of this. He could kill Zhao Chun anytime he wanted, but after a while, he would kill him in the name of heavenly demonic sect. He would let him live for a while. He could also use him to strengthen his authority and gain the loyalty of the people in Gale Branch. It seemed like it was working. After teaching Zhao Chun a lesson, the loyalty of the people in Gale Branch increased. Young master, we shouldn't touch him, Ko Qiong quickly said. However, it's always dangerous in the martial arts world. Who knows what accidents might happen? Chu Li smiled and nodded approvingly. The three of them instantly understood and smiled. I'll make a trip to the Great Light Peak. Zhao Chun won't be able to do anything. If he continues to cause trouble, don't force yourselves. Yes. The three of them quickly nodded. They were more proficient in the body path. When Zhao Chun became the branch leader, they were very obedient. Chu Li knew that Zhao Chun would need at least 1 to 2 months to recover his vitality. He had to channel his energy to heal his injuries. Although they seemed to be superficial wounds, they contained the inner energy of the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture. He slowly walked out of Gale City and used his light body technique to travel quickly, disappearing from everyone's sight. In the evening, he arrived at the Great Light Peak and the Divine Light Basilica. The green-robed lady on the steps was shocked to see him. She turned around and entered the basilica to report to her master. A moment later, she stood at the entrance of the basilica and waved. Junior brother Zhao, come in. Chu Li fist saluted. Thank you, senior sister. He slowly walked into the basilica and approached the saint, Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei sat behind the desk in a white robe. Her face was covered by a white veil, revealing only her eyes. She was quietly reading the memorials and did not seem to notice him. Chapter 1149. Sun Mingwei put down the memorial and glanced at him. What's wrong? I didn't manage to come out in time. Chu Li Fist saluted and sighed. I had a sudden realization during my isolated cultivation and felt that it was a golden opportunity, so I couldn't help but extend my isolated cultivation. I initially planned to go into isolated cultivation for 10 days, but I didn't expect to be so immersed in it that I couldn't bear to come out until now. Nonetheless, my cultivation level has improved tremendously, so it's worth it. Why didn't you tell your subordinates about your isolated cultivation location? Sun Mingwei stared at him coldly. You're not an idle branch leader. If you can't be found during crucial moments, what's the point of having a branch leader like you? Chu Li nodded helplessly. Yes. Since you're not good at being a branch leader, you can replace someone else. Don't just sit around and do nothing, Sun Mingwei said. The Holy Church can keep idlers, but a branch leader can't be an idle one. She sized Chu Li up and noticed that his cultivation level had improved tremendously. It seemed like he was telling the truth, and he did gain a lot from his isolated cultivation. Nonetheless, she could not forgive Chu Li for putting his cultivation level above the Holy Church and neglecting his duties for personal reasons. He was not qualified to be a branch leader. Zhao De was only suitable to fight for power, not to defend it. He could not sit still and do nothing. Chu Li said, It's fine if I lose my position as a branch leader, but the newcomer, Zhao Chun killed 2 Gale Branch disciples just to establish his authority. He killed someone? Sun Mingwe frowned. Chu Li scoffed. The selection of Gale Branch disciples is very strict. I carefully selected each of them, and they're all loyal and precious. Sun Mingwe said, I'll investigate. Chu Li said, I'm here to ask for forgiveness from the saint because of Zhao Chun. You didn't kill him, did you? Sun Mingwe stared at him with a frown. She had a bad feeling when she heard that Zhao Chun had killed someone. Based on Zhao Dai's temper, he would definitely kill Zhao Chun once he heard the news. He would not be Zhao Dai if he could hold it in. Chu Li scoffed. The church rules are very strict. I wouldn't dare to disobey them, so I didn't kill him. That's great. It seems like you've improved. Sun Mingwe let out a long sigh of relief and leaned back on the armchair. She said plainly, Then what crime are you pleading for? Although I didn't kill him, I didn't spare him either. I gave him a good beating. Chu Li scoffed. I gave him some superficial wounds so that he would suffer. Are his injuries serious? Sun Mingwe's gaze sharpened. Chu Li shook his head. They didn't injure the tendons or the bones. They're just flesh wounds. Sun Mingwe snorted coldly and said, If you're angry and want to take revenge on him, why don't you come and complain to me first? I'll naturally make a fair judgment. Chu Li replied, I trust that the saint will mete out a fair punishment, but I can't control my temper. He's too much. He doesn't value human lives at all. He's cruel and heartless. Just because they disobeyed him, he killed them without hesitation. Although the disciples of Gale Branch aren't disciples of the Holy Church of Light, they're still one of us. He's at fault. Sun Mingwe frowned. But you shouldn't have done it. It was indeed inappropriate to kill the disciples of Gale Branch. Chu Li scoffed. Would the saint be able to tolerate it? Sun Mingwe frowned at him. Don't drag me into this. No matter what, you violated the church's rules. Yes, that's why I'm here to accept my punishment. Chu Li replied. Sun Mingwe said, Don't be in a hurry to accept your punishment. I have to figure out what's going on first. You're no longer the branch leader of Gale Branch. Do you understand? Chu Li scoffed. Yes. Are you dissatisfied? Sun Mingwe looked at him. You can tell me if you're dissatisfied. If you're right, you might be able to retract your appointment. Chu Li knew that this was a trap. As the saint, how could she change her mind so easily? Even if she was wrong, she had to be wrong to the end. Chu Li said, Saint, there's something I don't understand. Speak. Sun Mingwe's voice became softer. Chu Li pretended not to notice the change in her emotions and asked in a serious manner, Does Zhao Chun have a grudge against me? Or was he instructed by someone to target me? Why do you say that? Sun Mingwe asked. Chu Li scoffed. The disciples of Great Light Peak know my temper, so Zhao Chun should know it too. However, he wanted to provoke me as if he wanted me to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to kill my people. If he didn't have ulterior motives, he wouldn't have killed his subordinates so easily. Sun Mingwe frowned and pondered. She felt that it was inappropriate too, but she did not say anything. Instead, she planned to investigate in secret. She sized Chu Li up. It seemed like Zhao Dai had been enlightened after his isolated cultivation. His temperament did not change, but he was much calmer. He did not kill anyone even when he was enraged. However, it was not surprising that he could think of this. Zhao Dai had always been an intelligent person. Most people were blinded by his ugly appearance and bad temper. Chu Li said, I think this matter isn't as simple as it seems. I'll investigate. Sun Mingwe said, If there's nothing else, you can return to Small Light Peak. Chu Li's expression turned grim. Sun Mingwe asked, What's wrong? Chu Li took a deep breath and shook his head. I don't want to return to Small Light Peak. Why? Whenever I return there, I'll think of Senior Sister Li. It's rare that you still think of her. Sun Mingwe's voice became gentler. Although Zhao Dai was impulsive, he was a sentimental person. Otherwise, she would not have valued him so much and put in so much effort to train him. Chu Li said, Saint, I want to return to Gale City. Sun Mingwe said, I'll give you a chance to perform a meritorious deed. Chu Li shook his head. I don't want to perform a meritorious deed. I just want to return to Gale City. Sun Mingwe frowned and stared at him. Chu Li said, Gale City is my route. I don't want to leave that place. I can't let people like Zhao Chun do as he pleases either. He's made the disciples that I've recruited lose their morale and become disorganized. You've established Gale Branch, but that's not your private property. Sun Mingwei said coldly. Gale Branch belongs to the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li scoffed. Saint, aren't you being too unreasonable? Just because I went into isolated cultivation, a new branch leader was forcibly created. Zhao Dai. It seems like you're quite resentful. Yes, I'm not convinced. There's nothing you can do about it. Sun Mingwei said, unless you perform a meritorious deed and regain your position as branch leader. Chu Li scoffed and turned his head away. Sun Mingwei said, you don't want to go to Falling Autumn City, do you? Chu Li remained silent. Sun Mingwei said, because it's a sad place? Chu Li looked up at her. Sun Mingwei said, I'm not going to Falling Autumn City this time. What is it? Chu Li asked. Sun Mingwei cast a sidelong glance at him. An important person from Jade Capital wants to travel to the Zheng Dynasty. This was the boldest disciple of the Holy Church of Light who dared to disobey her. Chu Li asked, which important person? A prince, Sun Mingwei answered. Chu Li quickly said, let's change our mission. Chapter 1150. Chu Li replied helplessly, why would the prince go to the Zheng Dynasty? He could just wander around the Li Dynasty. Of course, he has to broaden his horizons. How could he widen his horizons if he doesn't leave the Li Dynasty? You'll be his protector, Sun Mingwei said. Does the prince lack protectors? Chu Li asked. That's why I'm sending you, Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li replied, there are many martial arts masters in the Li Dynasty Imperial Palace. Why do we need to do something unnecessary? Every martial arts master in the Li Dynasty Imperial Palace has their own uses. There's no need to do anything unnecessary. Sun Mingwei frowned. Gather? Flatter? Haggard? How many protectors does he have now? There are many protectors in the prince's residence. There are 2 martial arts masters who are more than 100 years old. You must know your place when you go. Sun Mingwei said. Understood. Chu Li scoffed. I'll listen to your orders. Sun Mingwei said slowly. You're not stupid. Chu Li took a deep breath. You can return to your position as the branch leader after you return safely, Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li quickly said, I want to return to Gale Branch. If Zhao Chun did anything wrong, you can return, Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li smiled. Sun Mingwei said, don't think that you won't be punished just because you accepted the mission. After we investigate the incident where you injured Zhao Chun, you'll be punished after you return from the Zheng Dynasty. Yes. Chu Li nodded helplessly. Sun Mingwei took out a letter from the table and flicked it lightly. The letter fluttered in front of Chu Li. Chu Li reached out to receive it. Sun Mingwei said, this is a letter for Prince Cheng. It's your proof of identity. Prince Cheng hasn't been conferred the title of king yet, but he has a bright future. Although you're a disciple of the Holy Church and don't need to care about worldly power, it won't do you any harm to maintain a good relationship with him. Chu Li shook his head. I don't want to be an official, and I don't have a family. It's none of my business whether he's a prince or not. Sun Mingwei said, when you're with Prince Cheng, keep your arrogance to yourself and don't embarrass the Holy Church. Understood. Chu Li kept the letter and looked up. Saint, aren't you a princess? Why are you still calling him Prince Cheng? Mind your own business. Sun Mingwei scoffed. You don't need to know this. Go. Chu Li sized her up. Sun Mingwei's eyebrows were covered with a layer of frost as she stared at him coldly. Chu Li was tactful and did not ask any further. It seemed like there was a grudge between them, but he would slowly find out in the future. He cupped his fists. Then I'll be going. Sun Mingwei scoffed. Get to Jade Capital within 3 days. Don't delay. Chu Li replied, yes. He turned and strode out of the Light Palace. Jade Capital was bigger and more prosperous than the Immortals' capital. Although the buildings were sparse, the flow of people was dense. In the evening, Jade Capital was shrouded in the red glow of the setting sun. It was exceptionally lively. However, the construction area in the northeast of Jade Capital was quiet. It was completely different from the liveliness in other parts of Jade Capital. It was like another world. The mansions in this area were magnificent and majestic. It was obvious that they were all rich and powerful families. Chu stopped in front of a mansion. The two stone lions in front of the mansion looked lifelike under the setting sun. The red lacquer gate was tightly shut. Chu could see 4 protectors standing behind the gate. It was obvious that the security was tight on the inside. He went forward and gently knocked on the door. The side door opened, and a middle-aged protector came out. He gave a fist salute. "Young master, what can I do for you? Is this Prince Chang's residence?" Chu asked. "Yes." Chu took out a letter and passed it to him. "Please pass this letter to Prince Chang. Please wait." The middle-aged protector took the letter, gave a fist salute, and entered the door. Chu stood outside the mansion and waited for a while. The middle-aged protector came out again and gave a fist salute. "Prince Chang invites you in." Chu nodded and followed the middle-aged protector into the mansion through the side door. The two of them turned around the towering pine crane longevity wall and walked along the wide bluestone paved road to a hall. They entered the hall and saw a handsome young man sitting in the north. The handsome young man sat in the armchair and slowly put down his teacup. He looked at him lazily. "You're Zhao Dai?" Chu gave a fist salute. "Greetings, Prince." "That's me." "Good." The handsome young man was Prince Sun Yuqing. He sized him up and said, "Since you're recommended by the saint, you're definitely not a mediocre person. I don't have to test you, so I'll have to trouble you." Chu nodded. He glanced at the screens on both sides and saw a grandmaster standing behind each of them. The one on the left had less than 100 years' worth of cultivation, while the one on the right had more than 100 years' worth of cultivation. "I initially wanted 2 masters, but the saint said that you're comparable to 2 of them." "I'll believe her for the time being," Sun Yuqing said lazily. "We'll rest today. We'll set off tomorrow." Chu gave a fist salute without saying a word. "Come in." Sun Yuqing clapped his hands. An elder in green entered. "Yes, Elder Wei, find a place for Zhao Dai to stay. Let's follow the standard of a rank 2 protector," Sun Yuqing said lazily. "You can tell Elder Wei if you want anything or want to eat." The elder in green was tall and had a dignified appearance, but his back was hunched at this moment. He looked at Chu with a smile. "Protector Zhao, I'm the chief of the residence." "Protector Zhao, if you need anything, just let me know and I'll try my best to satisfy you." "Thank you, Chief Wei." Chu gave a fist salute. "You're welcome, Protector Zhao." Chief Wei chuckled and gave Sun Yuqing a fist salute. "Prince, we'll be leaving then." "Go, go." Sun Yuqing waved his hand. Chu followed Chief Wei out of the main hall and passed through a moon-shaped gate. They arrived at a small courtyard that was quiet and elegant. Chief Wei then asked him what he liked to eat, what he disliked, and whether he needed a maid. Chu asked for a maid and ordered a lot of delicious food. He did not hold back at all. Soon, a delicate and pretty maid came to serve him. She seemed to be 18 or 19 years old and was at the prime of her youth. Chu enjoyed a hearty meal as she served him. The dishes of the Li dynasty were different from those of the Ji dynasty, but each had its own beauty. The courtyard was brightly lit. Chu sat by the stone table and pondered as he observed the entire prince's residence. The prince's residence was huge, but there were not many people. Prince Sun Yuqing was practicing his swordsmanship in his courtyard. He was dressed in a dark green outfit and had a handsome face. He was full of heroic spirit, and his swordsmanship was exquisite. His cultivation level had also reached the Grandmaster's level, so he could be considered a promising young man. There were 8 Grandmasters in the prince's residence, and 2 of them were more than 100 years old. His strength was comparable to that of a royal highness. Chu wondered if the Li dynasty's princes were like this, or if he was favored. A beautiful and graceful lady was watching him practice his swordsmanship. She was dressed in a purple robe and had a slender and graceful figure. She was only a fist shorter than Sun Yuqing. In Chuli's past life, she would have been a model. She stood there with her back straight and looked very graceful. She had an oval face that was as delicate as jade, slender eyebrows, and charming eyes. After Sun Yuqing stopped practicing his swordsmanship, the beautiful lady came forward and handed him a snow handkerchief. Sun Yuqing wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat by the stone table. He took the teacup from the beautiful lady. Husband, has the master sent by ninth elder sister arrived? The beautiful lady asked with a smile. Yes, according to Elder Su and Elder Run. He's a powerful person. Sun Yuching sipped his tea. Ninth elder sister won't fool me. Chapter 1151. P.S. Update complete. My wife. You always like to worry. Sun Yuching laughed. What danger can I be in? The Zheng dynasty isn't the Li dynasty. Your identity as a prince may not be useful. The beautiful woman shook her head. If someone wants to harm you, you can only rely on yourself and your protectors to protect you. Just think about it. She shook her head and frowned with a worried expression. Don't worry, I'm tough. No one could do anything to me. Sun Yuching smiled. Now that there are masters from the Holy Church of Light, I can rest assured. The beautiful woman sighed. Yes. Sun Yuching disagreed, but did not refute. Masters from the Holy Church of Light were everywhere in the Li dynasty and could be summoned at any time. However, that was the Zheng dynasty, and the Holy Church of Light was beyond their reach. If something really happened, he would still have to rely on himself, Elder Su, Elder Run, and even Zhao Dai. Even though Ninth Sister had praised Zhao Dai to the point that he looked like a flower in her letter, he looked so young that he was not very reliable. Even if his martial arts were slightly better, and he was really a martial arts prodigy like Ninth Sister had described, he might not necessarily be useful in the Zheng dynasty. However, since Ninth Sister had sent someone over, he had to be tactful and leave Zhao Dai in the residence. No matter what, he had to bring him along. Husband, how many protectors do you want to bring this time? The beautiful woman frowned. Bring everyone in the residence. I'm going to travel. Sun Yuching smiled. Why should I bring so many people? Oh. The beautiful woman sighed. Sun Yuching smiled and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm tough. I'll become the emperor in the future. Husband, be careful with your words. The beautiful woman quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Sun Yuching kissed her palm. The beautiful woman quickly withdrew her hand and glared at him with a blushing face. Chuli shook his head and smiled as he sat at the stone table. It seemed like he had been underestimated. However, this was not a bad thing. He was only here to handle the task, and not to build a good relationship with him. As long as he returned safely, he would be able to return to Gale City. In the evening of the next day, after Chuli had his meal, Chief Wei personally came to invite him. Chuli arrived at Sun Yuching's courtyard and saw the beautiful and graceful Madame Sun, as well as two skinny elders. Chuli closed fist saluted and said nothing. The beautiful lady bowed at Chuli, Protector Zhao. Chuli gave a fist salute and said, Madam, you don't have to do this. I don't deserve it. The beautiful woman's voice was gentle, and her eyes were as clear as water. She glanced at the three of them and said, Protector Zhao, Elder Su, Elder Run, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my husband. Don't worry, madam. The tall and thin old man squeezed out a smile. We will do our best. The short elder nodded. Chuli let out a smile. This beautiful woman was a powerful figure. She did not care about her ugly appearance at all, and her expression did not change at all. Chuli had already made some discreet changes to his appearance. His facial features did not seem to have changed, but the feeling he gave off was not that eye-catching. At first glance, he looked ugly, but upon closer inspection, he had a unique charm. Madam, I'll send you a letter at any time. Sun Yuching grinned. I'll send you a letter every 3 days. Yes. Madam Sun nodded lightly. Be careful when you go out, especially since the Zheng dynasty's customs are different from ours. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't be too conspicuous. I understand. Sun Yuching quickly nodded and interrupted her. Let's go then. He walked out after he said that. Madam Sun followed closely behind him and finally sent him to the main gate. For fine horses were already prepared. Sun Yuching jumped on the horse's back eagerly, waved his hand, and galloped away. The sound of the 4 horses' hooves broke the silence of this area. Soon, they galloped out of the main street and arrived at the bustling central street. Sun Yuching turned his head to take a look and sighed in relief. He shook his head helplessly. Women, The tall and thin elder Su smiled. Madam is very affectionate towards you, young master. Even the best women can't help but nag. Sun Yuching shook his head. Mother is like that, and so is Madam. They're not as good as ninth sister. He stopped abruptly and shook his head without saying anything else. The two old men stood on his left and right, protecting him. They let the steed move forward slowly in the never-ending stream of people. Chu Li, on the other hand, followed behind the three of them silently. It took them an hour to walk out of Central Street. This street was too long and crowded. Sometimes they could not even walk and had to stop their horses to wait. Chu Li was secretly amazed by the prosperity here. Sun Yuching sat on the horse calmly and walked forward slowly like an ordinary person. He did not use his status to drive the crowd away, which impressed Chu Li. They galloped out of the east gate. The sky had already turned dark, and the lanterns had just been lit. The official road was bustling with vehicles and pedestrians. Everyone wanted to rush back to the city before the sky turned completely dark. Elder Ren turned to look at Chu Li and said, "Young Zhao, we're going to spend the night in the wild." Chu Li nodded. Elder Su smiled. "Young Zhao, what's your position in the Holy Church of Light?" Chu Li replied, "I'm ashamed. I've just been dismissed as a branch leader, so I don't have any responsibilities now." He did not have the hobby of being humiliated, and he did not want to pretend to be weak. He still had to put on airs and did not want others to look down on him, so he decided to shock them. "Oh, branch leader?" The three of them were stunned. Sun Yuching asked, "You used to be a branch leader?" Chu Li nodded. "Gale branch in Gale City, but I've been in isolated cultivation for too long and didn't care about the secular affairs, so I was dismissed by the saint. Now, I'm redeeming myself by performing meritorious deeds." Elder Su and Elder Ren were shocked. Most of the disciples in the Holy Church of Light were ordinary disciples. A branch leader might not be the best, but one's age was also important. Chu Li should be at the bottom of the Holy Church of Light's disciples at his age, but he managed to surpass many senior disciples to become a branch leader. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Sun Yuching said, "Ninth elder sister didn't say anything in her letter." Chu Li said, "Maybe the saints saved me some face and didn't expose my shortcomings." "Haha, it's not a shortcoming to be a branch leader." Elder Su laughed. "Young Zhao, how did you become a branch leader?" "It's nothing." Chu Li said, "I killed an altar leader and was crippled in my martial arts. After I was punished, I was sent to the Sharp Vigor Battalion of Soaring Eagle Cavalry. Then, I led the Sharp Vigor Battalion to kill a general of the Qiu dynasty and left the Sharp Vigor Battalion to become a branch leader." Elder Su and Elder Ren were amazed. Every word that Zhao Dai said was shocking. He killed an altar leader and a general, so he was indeed a powerful person. It was no wonder that the saints sent him here. On the other hand, Sun Yuching looked at him dubiously. He knew that Ninth Elder Sister would not randomly send an ordinary martial arts master from the Holy Church of Light, but he did not expect this guy to have such rich experience. Chu Li smiled. "Unfortunately, I'm not cut out to be a branch leader. I didn't want to pay much attention to secular affairs and only wanted to cultivate, but I ended up like this." "Martial arts is the foundation," Elder Ren said. Chapter 1152. Chu Li looked at their doubtful eyes and smiled before he suddenly released his aura. The three of them felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Their bodies sank involuntarily, and they wanted to kneel on the ground as they were out of breath. Chu Li suddenly retracted his aura. The eyes of the three of them were filled with bewilderment. "Young Zhao, you've been hiding your martial arts?" Elder Su was shocked. Chu Li nodded with a smile. "Of course, I have to restrain myself. This..." Elder Su shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We've lived our lives in vain. How did you cultivate such martial arts?" They could not imagine how Chu Li cultivated. No matter how powerful a heart technique was, it required time to cultivate and could not be achieved overnight. Even with immortal pills and spirit medicine, one's cultivation level could not be increased by too much or his body would not be able to withstand it. Chu Li said, "I obtained a few wonderful heart techniques and combined them. When I was sent to Inyang Cave as a punishment, It was a blessing in disguise as I absorbed the energy of Inyan Cave. After I went into isolated cultivation, I realized something and improved my cultivation level greatly. Elder Su and Elder Ren were still in disbelief. They had worked hard and their aptitude was already rare. They had cultivated for their entire lives to reach this level, but a young man had surpassed them. They felt upset at this thought as jealousy and helplessness surged within them. Chuli glanced at them and said, "My martial arts level is nothing compared to the saint." He was not pretending to be humble. The stronger one's martial arts level was, the more one could sense how powerful and unpredictable Sun Mingyue was. Chuli's current cultivation level was already extremely strong, and there were very few grandmasters who could match up to him. Initially, he thought that he could already defeat Sun Mingyue, but when he faced Sun Mingyue, he realized that he was still far from her. The depth of Sun Mingyue's cultivation level was far beyond his imagination. The saint, Elder Su and Elder Rin shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They could not help but feel helpless when they thought about the saint. They could not even feel jealous. She was indeed God's favored one that no one could compare to. We really can't compare to the saint. Elder Su shook his head. But I think you're almost the same as the saint, young Zhao. Chuli replied, I'm far from the saint. The saintess is indeed a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, Elder Rin said. Chuli turned to look at Sun Yuqing. From what I know, the saint is a princess, right? Of course. Ninth sister is a princess, Sun Yuqing replied lazily. Chuli said, but it seems to me that the saint doesn't like being a princess. Sun Yuqing shook his head. These are ninth elder sister's personal matters, so I dare not say much. Chuli asked, is it related to the emperor? You've heard of it? Sun Yuqing looked at him in surprise. This was a secret of the imperial family, and outsiders would never know about it. Chuli read the secret in his mind and shook his head with a smile. Everyone's quite curious about the saint's background. She's obviously of noble birth. So why did she have to endure so much hardship to learn martial arts and even become a saint? Ninth sister's background is a little special, Sun Yuqing said. Chuli raised his eyebrows. Sun Yuqing said, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Yes. It's not good for us to know these things. Elder Su nodded hurriedly. Chuli read Sun Yuqing's thoughts. Sun Mingyue was born of a concubine and was the emperor's illegitimate daughter outside the palace. Therefore, she had never entered the palace and was not accepted by the imperial family. After Sun Mingyue's mother passed away, the emperor took her in and raised her in the palace. Even if Chuli did not read anything else from Sun Yuqing's mind, he could guess that Sun Mingyue's life after entering the palace was not as smooth as it seemed. Chuli smiled. This was indeed a secret of the imperial family. No wonder Sun Mingyue's attitude towards Sun Yuqing was so subtle. By the way, young master, where are we going? Chuli asked. Sun Yuqing replied, I've obtained a secret clue from the imperial family's secret warehouse. Chuli raised his eyebrows. Sun Yuqing said, 2,000 years ago, there was a heavenly King Palm who was said to be invincible. Do you know him? Heavenly King Palm. Chuli pondered and nodded. He searched his mind and remembered. He read about this person in the book collection of King An's imperial residence. The heavenly King Palm was indeed said to be invincible. It was said to be invincible and invincible. Most importantly, he was an enlightened master. At that time, the world had yet to change, and the spirit beasts had yet to enter the 100,000 hills. There were not just 10 enlightened masters, but 100 or 200. Martial arts were flourishing, and he was invincible among the enlightened masters. Chuli frowned. Young master, did you find the inheritance of Heavenly King Palm? Sun Yuqing replied excitedly. I heard that Heavenly King Palm lived in seclusion on ascending Dragon Mountain. It's possible that he died there. It's been 2,000 years. Young master, can you still find it? Elder Su chuckled. If it's possible, everyone would have found it long ago. No. Sun Yuqing shook his head. Not everyone knows about this. No one knows where Heavenly King Palm lived in seclusion. I read about it in a random note by a woodcutter. If we can find it, other people can find it too, right? Elder Rin asked. Sun Yuqing grinned. We're here to gain experience anyway. Let's try our luck. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to find it. If we can't find it, we can just treat it as a distraction. That's true. Elder Su smiled. Chu Li said, someone's following us. Through his omniscient mirror, he saw that someone had followed them out of the city. However, they had fallen 200 meters behind, so there was nothing unusual about it. Moreover, it was safe enough to not attract the attention of the people in front of them. Chu Li suddenly had a plan for Sun Yuqing. If he could turn the Li dynasty upside down with Sun Yuqing's help, it would be a great help to the Ji dynasty. The future of the Ji dynasty belonged to Su En, which was an enemy of the Li dynasty. If Chu Li wanted Sun Yuqing to listen to him, he would have to convince him. As a prince, Sun Yuqing had high standards, so ordinary skills would not be enough. Therefore, Chu Li had to show off his skills and convince him. Someone's following us. Sun Yuqing's expression changed. Elder Su and Elder Rin's expressions changed too. Chu Li said, it's my intuition, but I trust it. It's saved me many times. It seems like you're very meticulous. Sun Yuqing sneered. You're worried about me, so you sent someone to protect me. Chu Li smiled, but there are only two of them. Then he said, Elder Su, Elder Rin, let's give it a try. All right. Elder Su agreed readily. Let's take a detour. Suddenly, they left the main road and ran toward a small path at the side. The small path led to a mountain in the distance, and they had to pass through a forest. It was not wise to run on such a small path at such a gloomy time. Two horses appeared on the small path, 200 meters behind them. They looked into the distance hesitantly, but they had no choice but to follow them. When they arrived at a forest, Elder Su, Elder Rin, and Sun Yuqing entered the forest and stood on a treetop to observe. Chu Li continued forward with the four horses. Soon, they saw two horses rushing over. Chapter 1153. When Sun Yuqing saw them, he glared at them. Damn it! Elder Su frowned. I wonder which prince it is. Which one is different? Sun Yuqing scoffed. We can't do anything to them anyway. After a while, Chu Li glided over to them and asked, are they following us? Elder Zhao, you're right. Sun Yuqing scoffed. They're really following us. Where's the horse? It's tied up in front, Chu Li said. Should we capture them and interrogate them to find out who ordered them to do this? Young master, it's better to interrogate them so that we know what's going on. Elder Su said, we can't catch them if they're in the city, but they're here. Let's capture them and interrogate them. All right, Sun Yuqing said. Chu Li glided away and disappeared in front of the three of them. After a while, Chu Li returned with a person in each hand. They were the two middle-aged men who had been following them earlier. Chu Li threw them to the ground. Sun Yuqing glided to the ground and stared coldly at the two middle-aged men. Who ordered you to follow me? The two men turned their heads away without saying a word. Their acupuncture points had been sealed by Chu Li, so they could only turn their heads and eyes. The two middle-aged men had mediocre looks, so they would not stand out in a crowd. Sun Yuqing sneered. It's sixth brother, right? The two men remained silent, and their expressions did not change. Chu Li said, it seems like young master was right. It should be sixth prince. He could tell from their emotions that they were sent by sixth prince. Sun Yuqing sneered. Sixth brother is really interesting. Let them go. Chu Li asked, aren't we going to kill them? No need. Sun Yuqing sneered. I don't think they'll dare to go back and say anything. He guessed that even if they went back to report, they would not dare to confess that they had been caught. Otherwise, their futures would be ruined, so they still had a chance to hide it. Since the two of them had agreed on what to say, even sixth prince would not suspect them. Chu Li walked over and sent the two of them flying with a kick. They stretched their bodies in the air and landed steadily. Their acupuncture points had been unsealed, so they gave Chu Li and Sun Yuqing a fist salute before disappearing into the forest. Sixth Prince, Elder Su and Elder Rin looked grim. Sun Yuqing's expression was cold as he glared in the direction of Jade Capital. Chu Li asked, who is the sixth prince? I don't know anything about Jade Capital. I don't even know how many sons and daughters the emperor has. Sun Yuqing scoffed. I'd also like to know how many children my father has. Chu Li smiled at him. Sun Yuqing said, Although it said that a son shouldn't talk about his father's faults, everyone in the world knows that my father is very dissolute. He likes to travel around the world and flirt everywhere he goes. I wonder how many brothers and sisters he has among the people. Truly smiled. You really are a role model for men. Oomph, you're the first one to say that. Sun Yuching smiled. It's rare that you dare to speak the truth. Elder Su and Elder Run coughed lightly. Chuli asked, who's the crown prince now? There won't be a crown prince. Sun Yuching scoffed. Father said that there won't be a crown prince, and that he'll appoint a new emperor before he ascends to heaven. If that's the case, Chuli frowned. It saves us some trouble. Imperial Father is afraid of the fight for the throne. Sun Yuching said, that's why we don't have to fight over the throne. It's all up to him to decide who becomes the emperor. Chuli nodded. It's not easy to be the crown prince, especially for an imperial family with many children. There are not many princes in the Ji dynasty, and there were even fewer who were successful. King In, King Ping, King Jing, and King Cheng were added to the list. King Cheng was not considered successful, and King In was dead. In the end, only King Jing and King Ping were left to fight for the throne. The emperor, Lung Wufeng, was afraid that the fight would be too intense, so he appointed King Jing as the crown prince. There were obviously more princes in the Li dynasty's imperial family, and the fight would be more intense. The more people there were, the more chaotic and intense the fight would be. He did not pay much attention to it before he came, but now he felt that if he were to stir things up, the internal fight would be more intense, and the nation's strength would be greatly depleted. If the Li dynasty was slightly weaker, the Ji dynasty would be slightly stronger, and the threat it posed would also be slightly reduced. Why is the sixth prince following you around, young master? Chuli asked. Sun Yuching scoffed. He has a grudge against me. Chuli looked at him curiously. Sun Yuching took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot as he slowly said, my mother was killed by his mother. Chuli nodded in realization. The sixth prince is afraid that young master will take revenge on him? Oomph. Sun Yuching sneered. I'll definitely take revenge. Chuli asked, will the emperor agree to it? If I kill that be *TCH, the emperor will punish me at most, but he won't kill me. Sun Yuching sneered. Chuli nodded slowly and looked at Elder Su and Elder Ren, who looked helpless. Chuli said, the emperor won't kill you, young master, but he'll kill the murderer. Are you going to do it yourself, young master? That's right. Sun Yuching scoffed. If I can inherit the heavenly King Palm, I'll definitely be able to kill that vicious *TCH. Chuli finally understood. Although Sun Yuching was a grandmaster, it was impossible for him to break into the palace and kill the imperial concubine. There were many martial arts masters in the palace, and the imperial concubine would definitely have martial arts masters around her. Sun Yuching's protectors, like Elder Su and Elder Run, would not dare to break into the palace to assassinate the imperial concubine. They would definitely die, so he could only do it alone. In that case, he would need powerful martial arts to do it. Sun Yuching must have thought of many ways to improve his cultivation level, and he finally found a clue about the heavenly King Palm. Elder Su glanced at Sun Yuching, who was in a daze, and said softly, the imperial concubine has been dead for 3 years, but young master hasn't been able to get over it. Chuli nodded slowly. We don't dare to persuade him. Elder Su said softly, we can't avenge young master anyway, so we can only think of other ways. This trip to the Zheng dynasty is a good opportunity. If we can really find the heavenly King Palm, we can cultivate it too. Chuli said heavenly King Palm. He had heard of the heavenly King Palm, but it had not been passed down for 2,000 years. It was probably lost with Wu Cheng, so it was quite unreliable. Sun Yuching scoffed. I must obtain the heavenly King Palm. Chuli said, young master, don't get your hopes up. This martial art is hard to come by, and we might not be able to encounter it. Hard work pays off, Sun Yuching said. Chuli stopped persuading him. The four of them got on their horses and set off again. Due to the previous stalker, they decided to take advantage of the night and leave the Jade capital as soon as possible. The next morning, they took a waterway and went down the Ning River to the Zheng dynasty's territory. Then, they went straight to the ascending Dragon Mountain. As soon as they entered the Zheng dynasty, they changed their clothes. The clothes of the Zheng dynasty were different from those of the Li dynasty. They were much more exquisite and troublesome to wear. They traveled for 10 days in one go. Sun Yuqing was a little tired, but he forced himself to hold on. They were only about 100 miles away from the ascending Dragon Mountain, so they would arrive the next day. In the evening, they rested next to a forest and started a bonfire. It was almost winter in the Li dynasty, but it felt like early autumn in the Zheng dynasty. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. They were not taking the main road, but a small path, so it was unusual for there to be so many galloping horses. Elder Su and Elder Run looked behind them vigilantly. Soon enough, there were 4 riders in front, and 10 riders were chasing after them desperately. The 4 riders in front were women in white. Although they looked haggard and anxious, they could not hide their beauty. The riders chasing after them were all wearing black cloaks that fluttered in the wind. Chapter 1154. P.S. Update complete. Mysterious Pavilion. Chuli perked up. His target in coming to Zheng Dynasty was Mysterious Pavilion. He wanted to take the opportunity to destroy Mysterious Pavilion and fulfill his promise to King Ping. Of course, Heavenly King Palm was also his other goal. He did not want to learn Heavenly King Palm, but he wanted to study Heavenly King Palm Wucheng. Since he could become an enlightened master, his heart technique might be mysterious. Sun Yuqing leaped onto a tree, while Elder Su and Elder Rin followed him and looked at the approaching knights. Chuli asked, "Are they from Mysterious Pavilion?" "Yes." Elder Su frowned. Zheng Dynasty's Mysterious Pavilion is very domineering, but these young ladies are pretty. It's best to leave them alone, Elder Rin said. Sun Yuqing stared at the 4 beautiful young ladies in the distance with a pained expression on his face. Elder Su and Elder Rin knew that the situation was bad. They knew the Li Dynasty's Sun clan's romantic nature and had tender feelings for the fairer sex, so they could not reject women. "Young master, we're here for something big. It'll be troublesome if we offend Mysterious Pavilion," Elder Rin said. Mysterious Pavilion. Sun Yuqing scoffed. He could not bear to do it, but he knew that the 2 elders were right. If he was entangled with the Mysterious Pavilion, he would most likely not be able to obtain the Heavenly King Palm. However, if these 4 beautiful women were to be killed by them, it would truly be an unforgivable sin. It was also a sin for him to watch them die before his eyes. He was conflicted and could not make a decision. Elder Su quickly said, "Let's wait and see. They might not be ruthless. It might just be a fight." Sun Yuqing sighed in relief and said, "Yes, let's wait and see." Chuli said, "It seems like these 4 ladies aren't weak either." Nay. With a long neigh, the leading horse suddenly collapsed with white foam coming out of its mouth. It had run to its death. The young lady on the horse flew out and landed on the tree with the tip of her toes. She landed on another horse and sat behind another young lady. The 3 horses continued to gallop. However, the horses they were riding were very tired. As soon as the young lady sat on them, the horses slowed down. The young lady turned to look at the approaching knights in black. Then, she leaped off the horse and said, "You guys go first, I'll hold them off for a while." "Junior Sister Lu." The 3 girls shouted anxiously, "No." The young girl gracefully glided towards the black-robed knights. She unsheathed the long sword at her waist and stabbed at the person at the very front. Oomph. The rider at the very front was a middle-aged man with a squarish face and a solemn expression. He sneered and pushed out his palm. "Chi!" The young girl's sword pierced through the palm energy and continued forward. Ding! The middle-aged man's palm struck the blade of the sword, and the girl was sent flying. "Senior Apprentice, Sister Lu." The 3 girls flew out at the same time, leaping towards the first girl. Chi, chi, chi. A wave of hidden weapons shot towards the 3 women. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst a series of clear sounds, The three girls brandished their swords to parry the hidden weapons. Then, they joined up with the previous girl and landed on the ground in 4 different directions, forming a sword formation. The 10 knights pulled the reins and surrounded the 4 girls. The 10 horses circled around the 4 girls restlessly, looking for a flaw. The 4 girls held their swords motionlessly like 4 beautiful statues, completely ignoring their movements. Sword formation. Elder Sue was shocked. Looks like they're disciples from a famous faction. Sword formations were almost non-existent in the Li dynasty. While some of the major factions in the Fu dynasty had sword formations, even the famous factions in the Zheng dynasty rarely had sword formations. It seemed like the 4 girls had powerful backgrounds. Elder Sue, if we really can't do it later, we still have to save them, Sun Yuqing said softly. Young master, Elder Sue said helplessly. Elder Rin lowered his voice. Everyone has their own lives. Let's stay out of it. No. Sun Yuqing shook his head firmly. I can't stand by and watch as beauties are harmed. I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life if I feel guilty. He had thought it through. Compared to the heavenly King Palm, he valued human lives more, especially the lives of beauties. Young master, it'll be terrible if you get entangled by those people from Mysterious Pavilion. Elder Sue said. Chuli asked, how is Mysterious Pavilion compared to the Holy Church of Light? Of course not, Elder Sue replied. Chuli smiled. That's right. It's not a big deal to offend them. But this isn't the Li dynasty, it's the Zheng dynasty. Elder Sue shook his head. Mysterious Pavilion is the local tyrant. If we offend them, our trip will be in vain. We won't be able to go to Ascending Dragon Mountain anymore. Chuli looked at Sun Yuqing. Young master, since you've chosen between the Heavenly King Palm and saving them, let's save them. We'll look for the Heavenly King Palm next time. Yes, yes. Sun Yuqing quickly nodded. He looked at Chu Li with admiration. He felt that although Chu Li was ugly, he was a kindred spirit. Chu Li's blood was not cold yet, unlike Elder Sue and Elder Ren, who had hardened their hearts and only cared about benefits instead of emotions. He felt that people like Zhao De were more reliable. Attack! The middle-aged man scoffed. 10 people leaped from their horses into the air. Some of them punched from afar, while some drew their swords. 4 of them were grandmasters who used fist techniques, while the other 6 were innate masters who used sword techniques. They attacked the 4 girls at the same time. Buzz! The 4 girls swung their swords at them. Their swords vibrated violently and formed a ripple-like bright light. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst the continuous sounds of metal clashing, the 4 girls stood their ground steadily. The 10 men in black clothes could not break through their sword formation. Elder Sue said softly, they're disciples from famous sects. Only one of the 4 girls was a grandmaster, while the other 3 were innate masters. In terms of strength and numbers, they were far inferior to the 10 people from Mysterious Pavilion. It was rare for them to be able to guard the gate. Nonetheless, they were at a disadvantage. After all, the fist energy of a grandmaster was strong and could destroy them forcefully. No matter how profound their sword formation was, they could not turn the situation around if their martial arts skills were too inferior. Let's attack, Sun Yuqing said. Elder Sue said, young master, it's not the time yet. We'll attack them when they're in a desperate situation. That'll be more precious. Sun Yuqing shook his head. There's no need to play these tricks. Let's attack them directly. Chuli said, just kill them. Kill them? The 3 of them looked at him in shock. Chuli said, after we kill them, we'll continue looking for Heavenly King Palm. By the time Mysterious Pavilion finds out that we're involved, we'll be back in the Li dynasty. They're 4 grandmasters, Sun Yuqing said anxiously. Chuli smiled. They're just 4 grandmasters. Just leave them to me. That's too risky. Elder Sue smiled bitterly. Grandmasters were extremely difficult to kill. Their instincts were amazing, and their inner energy was endless. If they could not win, they could activate their secret skills to escape. Chuli said, let's try first. He disappeared in a flash and appeared behind a middle-aged man. It was the leader of the 10 people. The middle-aged man was about to swing his fist when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He was alarmed and tried to dodge, but a cold light had already pierced through his heart. Chu Li's hands shot out cold lights at the other people. Grandmasters had instincts for danger, but they were too close to Chu Li and the light blade was too fast. Even if they had instincts, they could not react in time and could only watch as the flying blades pierced through their hearts. Chapter 1155. Sun Yuqing, the other two elders, and the four young ladies were dumbfounded as they watched Chu Li kill the people from a mysterious pavilion with 10 slashes of his blade. Chu Li glided back to Sun Yuqing's side, gave him a fist salute, and quietly stood behind him. The four young ladies were still maintaining the sword formation, but they stopped moving and looked at him in shock. Sun Yuqing recovered from his shock and smiled as he clapped his hands. Good job. Elder Su and Elder Ren were both shocked and secretly smiled bitterly. Zhao Dai's martial arts was truly amazing, but they had become sworn enemies, and Mysterious Pavilion was determined to kill them. Even if Zhao Dai was powerful, he would not be able to get away with it if the four of them went against Mysterious Pavilion. After all, a powerful dragon could not oppress a snake in its own territory. Thank you, young master. Senior sister Lu sheathed her sword and gave him a fist salute. Chu Li returned a fist salute with a smile on his ugly face, but he did not say a word. He was not interested in these women and did not want to steal Sun Yuqing's limelight. Sun Yuqing carefully sized up the four women. Senior sister Lu had an oval face, fair and delicate skin, almond-shaped eyes, peach cheeks, and cherry lips. She looked lovely and heroic. The other three young ladies were beautiful. One was obedient and sweet, one was charming and playful, and the last one was adorable and charming. They were all rare beauties, and Sun Yuqing was full of praise for them as he felt that it was a feast for his eyes. The Li dynasty's emperor was famous for being a playboy, but he did not have many concubines in the palace. He mostly looked for women outside, so Sun Yuqing had not seen many beauties. The Li dynasty's emperor was passionate, but he did not like it when other people were passionate. Instead, he demanded that his children be devoted to each other. The princes were only allowed to marry one wife, and were not allowed to marry more than one concubine. The princes would not disobey the emperor if they were interested in the throne. They could only pretend to be devoted to each other to win their father's favor. Sun Yuqing gave a fist salute and smiled. I'm Sun Yuqing. Greetings, ladies. How are your injuries? Greetings, young Master Sunday. Thank you for your help. We've only suffered minor injuries. Senior sister Lu gave a fist salute and looked at Chu Li. May I know who this young master is? Oh, he's my protector. His surname is Zhao. Sun Yuqing smiled. Although Zhao Dai was awe-inspiring, he was still his bodyguard. Zhao Dai felt that he was tall and strong, and his body was emitting a dazzling radiance. No one dared to look at him directly. The four women looked at Chu Li in surprise, sizing him up curiously. Young Master Sun really has a good bodyguard, Senior Sister Lu said with a smile. Sun Yuqing smiled and said, I'm the protector of the house. May I know where the four young ladies are headed to? Chu Li remained silent and had no intention of speaking. Senior Martial Sister Lu said, I'm Lu Di. We're disciples of the Moon Palace, and we're on our way back. So, they're disciples of the vast cold palace. Sun Yuqing nodded in realization. It was no wonder that these women were so beautiful. They were from the vast cold palace. He wanted to understand the situation of the Zheng dynasty's martial arts world before coming to the Zheng dynasty. There were four major sects in the Zheng dynasty's martial arts world, but the vast cold palace was not one of them. It was just a first-rate faction, but it was very famous because the disciples of the vast cold palace were all women, and each of them was very good-looking. These beautiful women would never marry for life. More importantly, the vast cold palace's heart technique had the effect of retaining one's youth. Although it could not achieve eternal youth, the oldest one would not look more than 40 years old. Everyone in the Zheng dynasty knew about these strange things about the vast cold palace. Any woman would be interested in the vast cold palace's heart technique. Unfortunately, the vast cold palace's heart technique had a flaw. It required a woman to be a virgin. Once she lost her virginity, the vast cold palace's heart technique would be destroyed, and she would no longer be able to maintain her beauty. For ordinary women, the vast cold palace's heart technique was both loved and hated. Unfortunately, the vast cold palace only had over 100 disciples, so they were not very powerful. Elder Su looked at Sun Yuqing's expression, and it was obvious that he was fascinated by the four of them. He said helplessly, "Young master, we should leave now. We still have business to attend to." "Oh, yes, we still have business to attend to." Sun Yuqing came back to his senses and quickly smiled. "All right then, Miss Lu, we'll take our leave first." "Young master, are you not going to the vast cold palace as a guest?" Lu Di smiled. "It's only right that we repay you for saving our lives. You can stay in the vast cold palace for a while." Sun Yuqing hesitated. He yearned for the vast cold palace, as it was rare for him to have such an opportunity. The vast cold palace did not entertain men, so it would be a great blessing if he could have the honor to visit and meet the beauties of the vast cold palace. "Young master," Eldarin said in a deep voice. "Oh, all right, we really have something to attend to, so we can't go." Sun Yuqing said regretfully, "Miss Lu, let's visit the vast cold palace in the future." "Yes, the vast cold palace is always open to you, young master." Lu Di smiled sweetly. "All right," Sun Yuqing answered in disappointment. Puffed, puffed. All of a sudden, the three women spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked exhausted, and their bodies trembled so much that they could barely stand. They only did not collapse because of their swords. Sun Yuqing was shocked and quickly asked, "What's going on?" Lu Di turned to look at the three women and shook her head. "It's nothing. They used a secret skill." "Ladies, you should hurry up and treat your injuries," Sun Yuqing said. Lu Di smiled. "Yes, we'll be fine after resting for a few days." But Sun Yuqing was worried. What if the mysterious pavilion comes looking for you again in this situation? "They won't," Lu Di said. Sun Yuqing said with a serious expression, "As far as I know, there are many strange techniques in the mysterious pavilion. There are also many strange people who are good at tracking, so you may not be able to escape. How about this? We'll escort you to the vast cold palace." "Young master," Elder Su cried out. Elder Rin glared at him in dissatisfaction. On the other hand, Chuli maintained an aloof attitude and did not say a word. He felt that it was better this way because he could kill more mysterious pavilion protectors. Sun Yuqing did not look at them because he felt that these two old men did not know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex. Hence, he looked at Chuli. "Brother Zhao, what do you think?" Chuli replied, "All right." Sun Yuqing smiled in satisfaction. "All right, Brother Zhao is kinder. It's decided then." He turned to glare at the two old men. Elder Su and Elder Run looked at him helplessly. Elder Su said, "Young master, if you continue to be entangled with a mysterious pavilion, you'll really mess things up. If he killed all of them this time, the people from the mysterious pavilion would not be able to catch up to him even if they came after him. However, if he stayed with these four young ladies, he would definitely be pursued by the mysterious pavilion. The mysterious pavilion was not a pushover, and they would definitely kill them." Chuli said, "We'll just kill them when they come." Elder Su and Elder Run widened their eyes and opened their mouths, but they only sighed helplessly. They recalled the martial arts that Chuli had used to kill 10 mysterious pavilion protectors. No matter how many people from the mysterious pavilion came, they would not be enough for him to kill. Killing grandmasters was as easy as killing chickens, so he had the confidence to say those words. "Haha, that's right." Sun Yuqing was overjoyed. "It's decided then. Miss Lu, we'll escort you back to the vast cold palace." "Thank you, young master." Lu Di did not reject him anymore. Chapter 1156. Sun Yuqing asked, "Miss Lu, where's the vast cold palace?" "Ascending Dragon Mountain," Lu Di answered with a smile. Sun Yuqing was stunned and turned to look at Elder Su. Elder Su and Elder Rin were stunned too, as they did not expect such a coincidence. Lu Di noticed their strange expressions and smiled. "Young master Sun, What can I do for you? No, no. Sun Yuqing quickly waved his hand. I didn't expect the vast cold palace to be at Ascending Dragon Mountain. Not many people know where the vast cold palace is. Lu Di smiled. Young Master Sun saved our lives, so we're being honest. Ascending Dragon Mountain is great. Sun Yuqing grinned. Ascending Dragon Mountain is a great place. Puffed. The other three women spat out blood again and sat limply on the ground. Lu Di looked at them helplessly. Elder Su. Sun Yuqing turned around. Yes. Elder Su gave a fist salute. Lu Di said, We're fine. We can continue our journey after resting for a while. There's no rush. Let's heal first, Sun Yuqing quickly said. Elder Su approached the three women to check on their injuries. Although they were weak, they were still wary and looked at him warily. He took out a porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and put it in his mouth before closing his eyes to channel. Elder Su stopped awkwardly and floated back behind Sun Yuqing. Lu Di apologized. Elder Su, please don't blame us. We're very wary of men. Elder Su shook his head and laughed. Sun Yuqing quickly waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Di nodded apologetically and changed the topic. Where are you going, young Master Sun? Oh, Ascending Dragon Mountain. Ascending Dragon Mountain? Sun Yuqing said, I heard that Ascending Dragon Mountain has beautiful scenery, and we've always wanted to visit it. I didn't expect the vast cold palace to be at Ascending Dragon Mountain, too. What a coincidence. Lu Di flashed a charming smile. She thought that Sun Yuqing said that on purpose to take care of them. The three women sat on the ground and channeled for a while. They got up one after another after the medicine dissolved. Their faces regained some color and were no longer as pale as before. Let's go. Everyone brought along the profound pavilion steeds and galloped away. In the evening of the next day, they rested in a wood and made a bonfire. The bonfire burned brightly as Chu Li and the other three men sat across from the four women. The light from the fire illuminated their faces. Chu Li sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to observe his surroundings. On the other hand, Sun Yuqing chatted with Lu Di about the Zheng dynasty's anecdotes and local customs. Although Lu Di was young, she had a lot of experience. She spoke tirelessly, and her voice was gentle and pleasant to the ear. Sun Yuqing was mesmerized by her words, and he kept praising her. The other three women looked at Chu Li curiously. They were very curious about Chu Li. A person with this level of cultivation shouldn't be willing to risk his life for others. Even the palace lord wasn't this powerful, so why would he be loyal to others? Chu Li suddenly opened his eyes. The people from Mysterious Pavilion are here. The women's faces changed. Sun Yuqing asked, again, this profound secrets pavilion really had some ability to be able to catch up so quickly. Chu Li nodded. I'll deal with them. Can you do it alone? Sun Yuqing quickly asked. Why don't we go over and help? Chu Li shook his head. No need. All right. Sun Yuqing was completely convinced by Chu Li's martial arts. Chu Li gave a fist salute and glided away. As she watched him leave, Lu Di said, Young Master Sun, who exactly is this young Master Zhao? He's so powerful, so he shouldn't be a nobody. Chu Li's martial arts were like an awl in a cloth bag. It couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to, so he must be famous. Sun Yuqing smiled. He's not famous. That's strange. Lu Di smiled. But young Master Sun, it's really impressive that you're able to recruit such a top-notch master. Sun Yuqing's smile widened. Lu Di said, Let's go and take a look. After all, young Master Zhao is alone. All right. Sun Yuqing nodded. The more powerful Zhao De was, the more majestic he felt. He was proud of himself, and it was a wonderful feeling. They chased after Chu Li. After walking for 2 miles, they saw Chu Li standing on an empty ground. There were 20 men in black clothes lying around him, and they were all motionless on the ground. The smell of blood filled their nostrils. Brother Zhao, Sun Yuqing called out. Chu Li turned around and nodded. Sun Yuqing and the others approached them and sized up the people lying on the ground. Lu Di's pretty face was solemn. Her bright eyes scanned these people from head to toe to discern their abilities. She was secretly relieved that there were 10 grandmasters among them. If the 4 of them had traveled alone, they would not have been able to survive. Sun Yuqing said, "Mysterious pavilion sent so many people." Elder Su looked at Lu Di. "Miss Lu, why are they chasing after us? We killed a detestable mysterious pavilion protector and got ourselves into such big trouble. We regret not listening to the palace leader and sticking our noses into other people's business." Lu Di said. Elder Su nodded slowly and sighed. This feud is getting worse. Mysterious Pavilion had been chasing after them since they killed a mysterious pavilion protector. Now that Zhao Dei had killed so many people, Mysterious Pavilion would definitely go all out to hunt him down. The next time they went after him, it would definitely be a violent and dangerous one. Elder Su asked, "Miss Lu, how far are we from ascending Dragon Mountain?" Lu Di answered, "It'll take another 3 days." 3 days? Elder Su looked at Sun Yuqing. "Young master, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the next time they come after us." News from Mysterious Pavilion traveled fast. He would probably catch up to them tomorrow. Lu Di frowned. "Why don't we use our light body technique to travel?" Chu Li said, "There's no need for that. Let them come." "Young Zhao, Sir Mysterious Pavilion must be sending top-notch masters this time." Elder Su quickly said, "You mustn't be careless." Chu Li said, "I was just looking forward to seeing the masters from Mysterious Pavilion. Both of you, please come out." His last words echoed far and wide. 2 figures fluttered down from the treetops. Elder Su, Elder Ren, and the others' expressions changed. They could not detect them from such a distance. Their cultivation levels must be much higher than theirs. The 2 figures were elderly men with white beards and eyebrows. One of them was tall, while the other was short. They looked ordinary, but had sharp eyes. They glanced at the 20 people on the ground and shook their heads. Then, they stared at Chu Li with a fearful expression. The short, elderly man asked, "Who are you, Your Excellency?" They did not expect Chu Li to act so quickly. If they were in his shoes, they would not have been able to kill 20 masters so quickly. Thus, they were hesitating about whether to come out, but were exposed by Chu Li. Chu Li said, "I'm just a person from the mountains. Does Mysterious Pavilion really want to pester me?" The 2 elderly men said, "If you join Mysterious Pavilion, we'll forget about this incident. You won't have to be hunted by Mysterious Pavilion anymore. Otherwise, Mysterious Pavilion won't stop until you're dead." Chu Li shook his head. "That's impossible. Let's do it. If that's the case, let's see who's more powerful." The 2 elderly men scoffed. They used a swift footwork and suddenly charged toward Lu Di and the other 3 women. Chu Li suddenly appeared in front of Lu Di and shot out 2 beams of cold light with a wave of his hand. The 2 elderly men had been on guard against his flying blades. When they saw a black shadow flash in front of them, they quickly tilted their bodies to avoid it. However, they did not expect another 2 beams of cold light to come at them. They wanted to avoid it, but they were powerless to do so. They could only watch helplessly as the flying blades pierced their chests. Chapter 11:57. Chu Li shook his head. These 2 were quite cunning. They knew about his flying blades and were prepared for it in advance. Bang! Bang! The figures of the 2 old men suddenly shrank. They turned in midair and suddenly sped up, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Their speed was not inferior to so close yet world apart. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. The Zheng dynasty's martial arts should not be underestimated. The 2 elders' secret skills were very powerful. Although he could catch up with them, he did not chase after them. Elder Su said, "We can't let them go." Chu Li said, "Forget it. We'll do it next time." Next time. Elder Su shook his head. "We might not be able to stop them next time. We have to speed up." Zhao Dei did not manage to kill these 2 with their profound cultivation levels. If more of them came next time, Zhao Dei might not be able to escape even if he was not afraid. These people with more than 100 years of cultivation levels were too dangerous for Zhao Dei. If more of them came next time, even if Zhao Dei was not afraid, they might not be able to escape. Sun Yuqing said, "Elder Zhao, we can't rush. Lu Di pursed her red lips and thought for a while. Young Master Sun, we can use our secret skills to hurry on. That won't do, Sun Yuqing quickly said. If they catch up to you, you won't be able to fight back. That's the only way, Lu Di said. We can't do anything anyway. They would have to use their light body technique if they wanted to be fast. They were dragging them down now. Since the situation was not good, they could only try their luck. Sun Yuqing frowned and turned to look at Chu Li. He felt that Chu Li was calm and kind-hearted, so he trusted him more. Chu Li said, "It's better to hurry back to ascending Dragon Mountain. The next masters who came might be 200 or 300 years later. If there were more of them, he might not be able to protect them all. Although it was a good opportunity for him to weaken Mysterious Pavilion, he did not want to risk their lives. All right, we'll use our secret skills then," Sun Yuqing said. Lu Di and the other girl smiled. They abandoned their horses and used their light body technique to travel quickly. After the 4 girls activated their secret skills, they seemed to be riding the wind. They only stopped using their secret skills after running for 300 miles in one go. They were exhausted. Both of Chu Li's arms were held by Lu Di and another young girl respectively. Elder Su and Elder Run were each held by a young girl. The 3 of them carried the 4 women while Sun Yuqing traveled on his own. Although his speed was not as fast as when the 4 women had activated their secret skill, he was still much faster than a galloping horse. On the evening of the second day, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. This mountain was located in a mountain range that resembled a giant dragon. One mountain after another was lined up, and the peaks of the mountains were covered by clouds and mist. The 4 women's faces were pale, although they had been brought away by Chu Li and the others and had consumed the spirit pills. Using the secret skill twice in a row had left behind repercussions. They would need to recuperate for a period of time. Lu Di pointed at the lush bamboo forest and said with a smile, "This is Ascending Dragon Mountain, and our moon palace is located here." Sun Yuqing exclaimed, "What a great Ascending Dragon Mountain! Young Master Sun, please rest here for a while. We'll go up and pass on a message." Lu Di smiled and said, "The vast cold palace doesn't allow men to enter. I'm going to report this to the palace master and ask him to make an exception." "Thank you." Sun Yuqing gave a fist salute. Lu Di smiled at Chu Li and nodded. Then, she disappeared into the lush bamboo forest with the 3 women. The entire Ascending Dragon Mountain was covered in green bamboos. When a gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves would sway like endless waves, and the place was overflowing with green. It was winter in Li Dynasty, but it was still warm here. The bamboo forest was growing exceptionally well. After about an hour, a young lady in white appeared above the bamboo forest. She stepped on the bamboo branches as if she was walking on water. She appeared in front of the 4 people with a faint fragrance. Her face was covered by a white veil, and only her eyes were exposed. She gave a fist salute and said, "Are you young Master Sun and the others?" "Yes, I am." Sun Yuqing gave a fist salute and sized her up. He wished he could lift the white veil to see her face clearly. Judging by her graceful figure and graceful bearing, she must be an outstanding beauty. The young lady in white furrowed her eyebrows and cast a sidelong glance at Sun Yuqing. She was displeased with his piercing gaze and said, "Come with me." She turned around and left gracefully. She stepped into the bamboo forest and slowly walked up the mountain. Ascending Dragon Mountain was steep and steep. After stepping into the bamboo forest, they realized that the height of the mountain was beyond their imagination, and they were as small as an ant. Chu Li sensed a fluctuation from a formation. Although it was only a bewitching formation that could only cover one's eyes and ears, it was still quite powerful when combined with the terrain. They followed the young lady in white for a quarter of an hour before they arrived in front of a row of bamboo huts. This is the outer courtyard of the vast cold palace. The young lady in white pointed at the row of bamboo huts and said, "Distinguished guests, please stay here for the time being. The palace master will come to see you soon." It's quite elegant. Sun Yuqing looked at the row of bamboo huts and felt that the atmosphere was so peaceful that it made one forget about the vulgarity. The young lady in white came to the front of the bamboo huts and gestured for them to sit at the stone table. Then she boiled tea in a small red clay stove. Soon, the fragrance of the tea was faintly discernible, and the young lady in white fluttered away. Elder Sue watched as she left and frowned. The vast cold palace is so rude. No matter what, they were their saviors, but they were treated so coldly. It was quite unreasonable and uncomfortable. Sun Yuqing took a sip of the tea and exclaimed, "Ah, good tea, good tea." The fragrance seeped into one's internal organs, and one's entire body seemed to become lighter. It was truly the best tea. Even as a prince, he had never enjoyed such wonderful tea. He smiled and said, "Just because of this cup of tea, we didn't save them in vain." Chuli took a sip and nodded to himself. This was a rare spirit tea. He had encountered some in 100,000 hills, but he did not expect to find it here as well. It was very beneficial to the body. Elder Sue also took a sip and smiled. It's not ordinary indeed. He knew that this tea must be extremely precious. It seemed that the vast cold palace was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, as they treated their guests with such good tea. As soon as the four of them finished their tea, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. A woman in her 30s glided over with two young girls. One of the young girls was Lu Di, and the other was a slightly older woman with a cold and elegant demeanor. The three women were all dressed in spotless white robes, and they looked like otherworldly fairies. Lu Di smiled sweetly. "Young Master Sun, young Master Zhao, seniors, this spirit tea can wash away dust. Is it edible?" "Thank you." Sun Yuqing smiled and said, "It's indeed good tea." Lu Di smiled and said, "This is my palace master, and this is senior sister Mo. Greetings, palace master." Sun Yuqing smiled and gave a fist salute. He was overjoyed to see such a beautiful palace master. Su Miaozhu, the palace master of the vast cold palace, gave a fist salute and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Sun Yuqing smiled and said, "You're welcome, palace master. It's nothing." Provoking mysterious pavilion isn't something that can be done easily, Su Miaozhu said. "Please stay in the outer courtyard for a while and lie low. They won't dare to come here." "Thank you, palace master." Sun Yuqing quickly nodded and agreed. Elder Su looked at Sun Yuqing helplessly and opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again. "You're all here at Ascending Dragon Mountain, too. May I know what's the matter?" Su Miaozhu asked. Sun Yuqing smiled and said, "We heard that the heavenly king palm was hidden here more than 2,000 years ago." Chapter 1158. Sun Yuqing turned his head and smiled. "This Ascending Dragon Mountain is too big, so it's almost impossible for us to find the heavenly king palm. However, it's different for the palace mistress and the others, so they might know about the heavenly king palm." He turned to look at Su Miaozhu. "Isn't that right, palace master? Why are you looking for the heavenly king palm?" Su Miaozhu asked coolly. "Naturally, I want to learn the heavenly king palm." Sun Yuqing smiled. "I heard that the heavenly king palm is extremely powerful and invincible." Su Miaozhu shook her head and said, "It's easy for you to learn the heavenly king palm. I'll teach you." "Huh?" Sun Yuqing looked at him in surprise. Su Miaozhu said, "The first mistress of the Guanghan Palace was the heavenly king palm's daughter. The heavenly king palm Wu Cheng is our grandmaster." Sun Yuqing widened his eyes. "Palace master, do you know the heavenly king palm too?" "Yes." Su Miaozhu nodded lightly. Sun Yuqing asked, "The heavenly king palm is indeed powerful, isn't it?" Su Miaozhu shook her head and said, "Although the heavenly king palm is an ancient martial art, it is not suitable for the present. It is a martial art that is destined to be eliminated." "Why?" Sun Yuqing was surprised. Su Miaozhu said, "The heavenly king palm requires a huge amount of spiritual energy and is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even in ancient times, there were very few people who succeeded in cultivating it. Back then, Grandmaster Wu Cheng had several fortuitous encounters and only managed to cultivate the heavenly king palm by chance." Sun Yuqing frowned and nodded slowly. The more mystical the art, the more difficult it was to cultivate. This was for sure, and he was already prepared for it. Su Miaozhu said lightly, "In this world where spiritual energy is scarce, it's even more impossible to cultivate the heavenly king palm. The power of the heavenly king palm is inferior to ordinary palm techniques." "I see." Sun Yuqing sighed. He was a little disappointed. Originally, he had thought that once he mastered the heavenly king palm, he would be able to dominate the world. Even if he couldn't become an emperor, he would still be free and unfettered. In this world, it was useless to be a prince without good martial arts. Su Miaozhu said, "I'll ask Der to send you a secret manual in a while. You can study it. Maybe you'll be able to cultivate it with your extraordinary talent." "Thank you, Palace Master." Sun Yuqing gave a fist salute. Su Miaozhu replied faintly, "Dear, and the others' lives are more important than the heavenly king palm art. If there's anything else you need, just tell me. I'll try my best to satisfy you." Sun Yuqing turned to look at Elder Su and the others. Chu Li asked, "Palace Master, do you have Heavenly King Palm Senior Wu's handwritten letter? Handwritten notes?" Su Miaozhu shook her head lightly. "No." Chu Li glanced at her and knew that she was not lying. He felt that it was a pity that he had come to the vast cold palace for nothing. "The four of you should stay here for a while longer," Su Miaozhu said. "Don't be in a hurry to descend mountain. Wait until the profound pavilion loses their patience before you leave." "Young master, we should leave as soon as possible." Old Su frowned and said, "If we leave now, we can still escape. If we delay any longer, there will be more and more people. I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape even if we want to." Su Miaozhu said, "If you can't leave, then stay here. They won't be able to break in." Elder Su shook his head. He was worried that Sun Yuqing's identity would be exposed. In that case, the Zheng dynasty would not only send out masters from the mysterious pavilion, but also the Zheng dynasty's elite masters. No matter how capable they were, they would not be able to protect the prince. Sun Yuqing was an ordinary name, and there were many people with this name in the world. Therefore, he could speak his name openly. However, if his identity as a prince of the Great Li dynasty was exposed, there would be endless trouble. Sun Yuqing glanced at Elder Su. Elder Su's expression was solemn as he slowly shook his head. Sun Yuqing then looked at Chu Li. Chu Li pondered for a while. "Listen to Elder Su. We should leave as soon as possible." "All right then, we'll leave today," Sun Yuqing said. Su Miaozhu said, "Dear, bring me the secret manual of the Heavenly King Palm." "Yes." Lu Di answered crisply and glided away. She returned quickly and presented a box to Su Miaozhu. Su Miaozhu opened the box and took out a yellowed silk book for Sun Yuqing. "This is written by the founder himself. It can't be given to anyone, but young Master Sun can make a copy of it." "Yes." Sun Yuqing smiled. Although he did not have much hope, it was still good to have a look. Everyone glided down the bamboo branches and left Ascending Dragon Mountain. When they landed at the foot of Ascending Dragon Mountain, Sun Yuqing turned around and stared in the direction of the bamboo hut. He sighed and felt melancholic. He initially thought that he could have an unforgettable relationship in the vast cold palace, but he did not expect to leave in a hurry. He did not get to see more beauties and did not win Ludi's heart. "Young master," Elder Rin said, "since you've obtained the Heavenly King Palm, it's better to return as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere else. It's not easy for us to come to the Zheng dynasty. Are we going back just like that?" Sun Yuqing was indignant. He looked away reluctantly and wished that he could stay in the bamboo hut in the vast cold palace and see those beauties every day. Elder Rin said, "Mysterious Pavilion won't let this go easily. Let's avoid them for now and come back next time." Sun Yuqing sighed. All right. I'll listen to you, Elder Rin. Let's go back." Chu Li kept thinking about the Heavenly King Palm. The secret manual of the Heavenly King Palm that he had copied for him had been imprinted in his mind. It was as if the Heavenly King Palm was tailor-made for him. The Heavenly King Palm had a high requirement for spiritual energy as it required dense spiritual energy. The current world was indeed not suitable for cultivating the Heavenly King Palm, but he had the life and death scripture, which provided him with endless spiritual energy. When cultivating the heavenly king palm, as long as he channeled the heart technique and the life and death scripture at the same time, his cultivation speed would be even faster than 2,000 years ago. If he could successfully cultivate the heavenly king palm, it would be even more powerful than the divine light fist. It would be more powerful than any of the fist and leg techniques that he had cultivated so far, and it would greatly improve his combat strength. He could not wait to start cultivating it right away, so he tried to figure out the heavenly king palm as he walked. He wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible, so he was so focused that he had unknowingly walked 5 miles. Sun Yuching and the others suddenly stopped. When Chuli looked up, he saw a group of people blocking the middle of the road and staring at them coldly. Sun Yuching frowned. There were 10 people in this group, and each of them was a master with white eyebrows and beards. They were staring at him as if they were looking at a rare treasure, which made him tremble in fear. "Are you Sun Yuching, the prince of the Li dynasty?" An elder with white hair and a ruddy complexion took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "How dare you come to the Zheng dynasty and stir up trouble? If we don't take you down, the Zheng dynasty will seem weak." Sun Yuching's face darkened. His identity had been exposed. Clearly, it was his brothers doing again. They wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. If the Zheng dynasty killed him, even the emperor would not be able to do anything about it. What a vicious scheme. Chuli took a step forward, and with another step, he was already in front of this group of people. He swung his arms, and 2 cold lights shot out. Ding! The 2 sword lights turned into 2 light shields in front of them, blocking Chu Li's light blade. Chuli frowned. They came prepared. He swung 2 energy blades again. Ding ding! The energy blades collided with the sword lights, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard, but they could not break through their sword lights. The 2 elders' swordsmanship was exquisite, and they had cultivated for about 200 years. Their cooperation was seamless, and it was obvious that it was a mysterious sword formation that could dissolve the power of his flying blades. The inner energy contained in his flying blades had a trace of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture's characteristics, and it had several changes. It was not easy for the 2 elders' sword lights to block it. Chapter 11:59. P.S. Update complete. Chu Li suddenly disappeared from the spot and escaped from the crowd's attack. The next moment, he appeared behind the crowd and swung his arms. At such a close distance, the elders could not dodge in time due to the light blade's incredible speed. They could only avoid being hit in their vital spots. However, Chu Li usually attacked one person with 2 blades. The first and second blade arrived almost at the same time. The manifestation of nature restoration and the omniscient mirror worked together to predict their movements and dodging routes. If they could dodge the first blade, they would not be able to dodge the second. If they wanted to dodge the second blade, they would not be able to dodge the first blade. The distance between them and Chu Li and the speed of the light blade determined that they only had 2 choices. TSK, 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 TSK. Chu Li flashed like a phantom. His blade energy was as sharp as a tangible blade light. 4 of the 10 old men fell in the blink of an eye, and the remaining 6 formed a sword formation. The sword lights were integrated into one, forming a circular wall of light that protected them in the middle, leaving no place for them to attack. Chu Li frowned at them and did not know what to do. Sun Yuching let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Elder Su and Elder Rin frowned. Elder Su quickly called out, "Young Zhao, don't rush in." Based on his rich experience, he felt that the 6 elders had set up a trap to lure Chu Li into their midst. It was not difficult for Chu Li to do so, given his martial arts skills, but they must have a trump card waiting for Chu Li to rush in. Chu Li nodded. Understood. The 6 elders rushed toward Chu Li. Their feet fluttered in the air, and even while they were fluttering, their swords were still as one. There were no openings at all, and Chu Li was forced to retreat. They were not fast enough to catch up with Chu Li, but they kept chasing after him. "Elder, run. Let's not idle around," Elder Su said. Elder Rin nodded. The two of them attacked the sword formation with their fists. TSK, TSK. Sounds could be heard as their fist energy was shattered by the sword light. The force from their fists caused the 6 elders to slow down and stop pressuring Chu Li. Chu Li had been thinking of a way to break the formation. Suddenly, he shot out 2 energy blades and cooperated with Elder Su and Elder Ren. Ding! One of the long swords stopped for a moment and revealed a flaw. In just a short while, Chu Li had already seen the flaws. The 2 slashes hit the weak points, causing the sword formation to slow down and show a hint of sluggishness. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Chu Li waved his hands, and energy blades shot out like lightning. The originally sluggish sword formation became more and more sluggish. The 6 elders' faces turned gloomy. They used to serve the mysterious pavilion, and they rarely left the mountain. They lived in seclusion in the mountains and followed the unspoken rule that centenarians were not allowed to enter the martial arts world. This time, they were asked to leave the mountain by the mysterious pavilion to deal with a prince of Dali dynasty. Originally, they thought that it would be a piece of cake. After all, the 10 of them were experts over 100 years old. They never expected that the kid in front of them would be so difficult to deal with. They were really unlucky to encounter such a rare genius. Hundreds of years of tacit understanding had allowed this sword formation to be so powerful, but it could not stop this young man. This made his mind go through a lot of thoughts. Jealousy and anger surged, and his desire to kill Chu Li grew stronger. He wanted nothing more than to stab Chu Li to death with his sword. However, reality was such that no matter how strong their killing intent was, it was useless. They looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Their bodies suddenly shrank. Bang! An invisible force suddenly spread, and they seemed to have shrunk a little. However, the sword light suddenly increased, and the sluggish sword formation became smooth again. Moreover, it was much more powerful than before. It turned into a shadow and shot toward Chu Li, covering him in it. Elder Su and Elder Ren were anxious. They were afraid that Chu Li would encounter such a situation. Once he was surrounded by the 6 elders, the sword formation's power would be maximized. No matter how powerful Zhao De was, he would not be able to withstand it. Faced with the 6 elders' sword light, Chu Li suddenly pointed 2 fingers. The surging sword light instantly slowed down. Chu Li used the petrifying finger. TSS, 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 TSS. 4 cold lights shot out. 2 elders covered their throats and fell. The sword formation of the 6 was instantly broken. Ah! The other 4 elders roared and waved their swords in a frenzy. Even under such circumstances, the 4 elders' sword light was still as one. It engulfed Chu Li like a storm, and it was everywhere, trying to tear him into pieces. Chu Li suddenly disappeared from where he was and shot out 2 energy blades again. Ding ding! With a clear sound, the 4 elders' sword light slowed down again. Elder Su and Elder Ren's fist force also arrived and took advantage of the situation. With this delay, Chu Li shot out his flying blade again. With the help of the nature restoration manifestation and the omniscient mirror, it hit an elder. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other 3 elders turned around and fled like 3 wisps of smoke. Chu Li scoffed and disappeared from where he was. He then appeared in front of an elder and shot out his flying blade and the petrifying finger at the same time. Soon, he killed one of them. Then, he disappeared again and appeared behind the 2nd elder. If the 3 elders had joined forces to form a sword formation, they could have lasted a little longer. Now that they were separated, they were no match for Chu Li even if they activated their secret skills. Chu Li defeated them one by one and killed them with the light blade. Elder Su and Elder Ren looked at Chu Li strangely. These were 100 to 200-year-old masters, and they were the hardest to kill. However, they could not even withstand a single blow from Chu Li. This Zhao De was too terrifying. It was no wonder that he could kill the Holy Church of Light's altar leader. Such a master had a bright future and would definitely become a high-ranking member of the Holy Church of Light in the future. Chu Li returned to Sun Yuqing's side and turned to give a fist salute in the direction of ascending Dragon Mountain. A white cloud rose from the depths of the bamboo forest. Then, Su Miaozhu, the palace mistress of Vast Cold Palace, appeared on top of a bamboo branch. She nodded gently before she rose again and disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest. It seems that the palace mistress is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Sun Yuqing smiled. Chu Li glanced at him and sighed. Young master, we might not be able to enter the bamboo hut the next time we come. Huh? Sun Yuqing was startled and looked nervous. Chu Li said, the Heavenly King Palm is our repayment for saving our lives. They won't make an exception to let us enter Vast Cold Palace next time. We shouldn't have come down. Sun Yuqing shook his head in frustration. This was a rare opportunity. Why not stay in the bamboo hut for a while? Time breeds love, and the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. He did not believe that he could not win Lu Di's heart with his casual demeanor. Chu Li smiled. Elder Su said, young master, we can't delay any longer. We have to leave now. All right, let's go. Sun Yuqing scoffed. They used their body techniques and sped away, ignoring the 10 elders lying on the ground. They did not even care if they were dead or not. Chu Li knew that they were already dead. This time, Mysterious Pavilion's vitality was greatly damaged. However, he was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to master the Heavenly King Palm first. Once he mastered the Heavenly King Palm, his combat strength would increase greatly, and he would have a higher chance of defeating Mysterious Pavilion. Mysterious Pavilion's vitality was indeed damaged, but it was still a powerful organization of a nation with deep influence. There might even be a super master guarding it. The more combat strength he had, the higher his chances of success would be. His mind was completely occupied by the Heavenly King Palm. He was immersed in it to feel the wonders of the Heavenly King Palm. Chapter 1160. The four of them ran as fast as they could, knowing that the next time they were caught, it would not be just 10 people, but 20, 30, or even 40. Mysterious Pavilion had suffered such a huge loss. They had the support of the entire Zheng dynasty, and there were more than just a few dozen masters in the country. Moreover, Sun Yuqing's identity was sensitive. If the Zheng dynasty could not kill him since he had killed a master from the Zheng dynasty, it would be detrimental to the country's prestige. They were all grandmasters, so their speed was extremely fast. They even took pills and ran without rest. On the third day, they finally left the Zheng dynasty's territory and entered the Fu dynasty. They were all relieved. They ran for half the night and stopped in a forest, where they started a bonfire and rested. It was early winter in the Fu dynasty, and the air was cold. They sat cross-legged and meditated for a while before they started to chat. We're not afraid of Mysterious Pavilion anymore. Elder Su let out a long sigh. They won't dare to mess around in the Fu dynasty's territory. Chu Li said, is the Fu dynasty really so powerful that Mysterious Pavilion won't dare to mess around? Won't it be fine if they sneak over to kill us? Mysterious Pavilion wouldn't dare. Elder Su said, if they offend the Fu dynasty, they'll tear down Mysterious Pavilion. Are there really that many masters in the Fu dynasty? Chu Li asked. Elder Su said, of course. The Li dynasty and the other 3 countries only have 4 major sects, but the Fu dynasty has 8 major sects, and none of them are inferior to the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li asked, I heard that the most powerful sect in the Fu dynasty is Goddess Attraction Mountain. Yes, Goddess Attraction Mountain is indeed otherworldly. Elder Su nodded. No one would disagree if they say it's the first sect. Can they really communicate with grandmasters? Of course. That's impressive. Chu Li pondered. If I become a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain, don't even dream about it. Elder Su smiled. I heard that Goddess Attraction Mountain is proficient in the universal divination technique. They can calculate the location of their future disciples and send people to recruit them. Chu Li asked, how do they calculate? Elder Su shook his head and said, no one knows. There are people with ordinary talent who can enter Immortal Attraction Mountain. There are people with great talent who cannot enter Immortal Attraction Mountain. In short, no one can figure out their thoughts. Is there any way to enter Goddess Attraction Mountain? Chuli asked. He looked at Sun Yuqing. Your Highness, do you know more secrets? Sun Yuqing said, it's said that disciples of Goddess Attraction Mountain need a unique physique to cultivate the unique heart technique of Goddess Attraction Mountain. Without this physique, they won't be able to cultivate the heart technique of Goddess Attraction Mountain. The dragon taming technique. Chuli asked. Yes. Sun Yuqing nodded. Chuli frowned. I need a unique constitution? Sun Yuqing said. Therefore, even if the dragon taming technique is in front of us, we won't be able to cultivate it. That can't be right. Chuli said. As far as I know, to become an enlightened master, one needs to cultivate 4 types of spirit beast techniques, and the dragon taming technique is indispensable. There were many enlightened masters thousands of years ago, so it's impossible for everyone to cultivate the dragon taming technique, right? At that time, it's indeed necessary to cultivate the dragon taming technique. Sun Yuqing nodded. Those who don't cultivate the dragon taming technique can't become enlightened masters. Chuli smiled. Then, all enlightened masters are disciples of Goddess Attraction Mountain. Thousands of years ago, many people could cultivate the dragon taming technique. As long as one cultivated to the Grandmaster's boundary, one could go to Goddess Attraction Mountain to obtain the dragon taming technique and comprehend the enlightened master's path. Ever since the 100,000 Hills was built and the spirit beasts were retreated to the 100,000 Hills, Goddess Attraction Mountain kept the dragon taming technique a secret and didn't impart it to outsiders. Why? Elder Su was surprised. Because those who don't have the physique will die if they cultivate the dragon taming technique. Sun Yuqing sighed. It's also a form of mercy. Chuli pondered. This type of physique can make up for the lack of spiritual energy, right? Yes. Sun Yuqing nodded. I think it's called a spirit body. Compared to ordinary people, the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth is hundreds or thousands of times more than ordinary people. It's very rare. Spirit body, Chuli said, it's really hard to come by. Chuli said, I heard that many people who cultivate spirit beast techniques enter the 100,000 Hills to break through to the enlightened master's boundary. Are they disciples of Goddess Attraction Mountain? Sun Yuqing pouted. There are 4 types of spirit beast techniques. As long as the 4 characteristics are met, there's a chance to perfect and become an enlightened master. However, the dragon taming technique can't be cultivated, so we can only substitute it with something else to see if it can be perfected. Doesn't that mean there's no chance at all? Nothing is absolute in this world. Sun Yuqing said, I heard from my father that if we can't cultivate the dragon taming technique, we can substitute it with the spirit snake transformation. Although it's far inferior to the dragon taming technique, there's still a chance. Spirit snake transformation. Chuli frowned. However, he still decided to obtain the dragon taming technique. He smiled. The imperial family's secret warehouse should have the dragon taming technique, right? Well, Sun Yuqing shook his head. We don't dare to record the dragon taming technique, let alone teach it to outsiders. However, the imperial family has a quota for outer mountain disciples of Goddess Attraction Mountain. Every 10 years, 1 disciple can enter. Chuli was stunned. Can the imperial family's disciples enter Goddess Attraction Mountain? Yes. Sun Yuqing nodded. However, outer mountain disciples can only stay for a year. After that, they'll have to leave Goddess Attraction Mountain. Can't they become inner mountain disciples? Chuli asked. Sun Yuqing shook his head. The most basic requirement to become an inner mountain disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain is to have a spiritual body. Without a spiritual body, one can't become an inner mountain disciple. Therefore, outer mountain disciples of Goddess Attraction Mountain can only stay for a year and leave after that. They can't be promoted to inner mountain. What's the point of that? Chuli asked. Sun Yuqing smiled. Ordinary people can only hear about Goddess Attraction Mountain, but they can't see it. It's already a great blessing for the imperial family to be able to see it. What kind of blessing is it to see Goddess Attraction Mountain? Chuli shook his head. Sun Yuching said, once you reach Goddess Attraction Mountain, you'll be able to see the Outland. What's there to see in the Outland? Chuli asked. You can't go up there anyway. Many people from the 4 major sects can go up there. Sun Yuching said, many people think that the Outland doesn't exist, but it's a lie. They'll only believe it when they reach Goddess Attraction Mountain, and then they'll be full of confidence when they cultivate. Anyway, the benefits are great. Prince, can you enter Goddess Attraction Mountain? Chuli asked. Sun Yuching shook his head. I've never been there. It's not my turn yet. Chuli frowned and remained silent. He really did not know about this. It seemed like the imperial family's secrets were not accessible to ordinary people. There were countless of them. Only the imperial family's disciples can enter? Chuli asked. Can't those who aren't from the imperial family enter? That might not be the case, Sun Yuching said. The imperial family has a quota anyway, so anyone can enter. Chuli asked, can I cultivate the dragon taming technique after entering Goddess Attraction Mountain? Yes. Sun Yuching nodded slowly. But you can only cultivate in Goddess Attraction Mountain, and you can only cultivate for a year. After a year, you'll have to discard the dragon taming technique and leave the mountain, and you can't teach it to anyone else. Chapter 1161. It'll be useless if you cultivate it. Isn't that a waste of time? Eldarin said. Sun Yuching shook his head. That's different. I heard that the dragon taming technique allows one's body to surpass that of an ordinary person. After cultivating the dragon taming technique, one's body won't regress even if it's useless. There are endless benefits. Why don't you cultivate a torso tuning technique then? Eldarin suggested. Sun Yuching said, torso tuning techniques have side effects, but the dragon taming technique is different. I see. Eldarin nodded. That's not bad. It's worth cultivating. Elder Su smiled. It's useless no matter how good it is. It's not something we can encounter. Sun Yuching nodded. Most people can't come into contact with this. I only told you that it's considered a secret of the imperial family, Brother Zhao. Prince, can someone enter the mountain if they snatch the spot? Elder Su asked. Sun Yuching answered. As long as they have the Goddess Attraction badge, they can enter Goddess Attraction Mountain, no matter who they are. Isn't that dangerous? Elder Su frowned. Sun Yuching smiled. It's usually kept a secret, and no one else knows about it. But the princes know about it among themselves, right? Elder Su asked. Sun Yuching nodded slowly. Prince, if it's your turn, outsiders can snatch it too, right? That's right. It's indeed dangerous. Elder Rin frowned. Sun Yuching smiled. Normally, no one would snatch it. I heard that going to Goddess Attraction Mountain isn't as wonderful as it sounds, and they'll only have to suffer for a year. For the princes who are already working in the imperial court, it'll delay their work, and they might even refuse to go. Elder Su and Eldarin shook their heads and sighed. It was such a rare opportunity, yet they did not want to go. There were many people who wanted to go, but could not. The world was too unfair. Sun Yuching continued. But even if they refuse to go, they won't pass it on to outsiders. They'll push it to other princes. Chuli asked, is it to keep this a secret? It's a customary rule, Sun Yuching answered. Elder Su and Elder Rin shook their heads. Chuli pondered and did not say anything else. Chuli had already read from Sun Yuching's mind that this was the year when the fairy attraction badge would be issued, and it just so happened that it was the 6th prince's turn. Sun Yuching did not reveal these secrets of the imperial family to Chuli out of gratitude. Instead, he had an ulterior motive. Sun Yuching could tell that Chuli wanted to go to Goddess Attraction Mountain, so he deliberately lured Chuli to deal with the 6th prince. Even if he could not kill the 6th prince, he could still use Chuli to weaken the 6th prince's strength. Chuli shook his head and sighed to himself. None of these princes were easy to deal with. Sun Yuching glanced at Chuli. When he saw that Chuli was not asking any further questions, he could only shut his mouth and smile. Every year, there are people who try to snatch the fairy attraction badge, but unfortunately, none of them succeed. The immortal attraction token is not that important. Elder Su smiled and said, so what if they have the immortal attraction token? So what if they have cultivated the art of dragon control? Who would have the guts to barge into the 100,000 mountains now? They're really crazy. 100 years ago, there were two of them. In the past 100 years, there have been none. Aldrin shook his head and said, everyone knows that there is no hope, so they don't want to die for nothing. This topic was a little heavy, so the two of them stopped talking about it. Chuli suddenly frowned and turned to look to the west. He said in a deep voice, since the three of you are here, why are you hiding and sneaking around? Clap, clap. Applause was heard as a handsome young man appeared on the treetop. Under the watery moonlight, he wore a green robe and had a jade-like face. His eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky. As he clapped, he praised, as expected of a powerful person who has killed more than 100 masters. Chuli frowned and asked, who are you? This handsome young man's cultivation level was so high that it was not inferior to his. The handsome young man smiled faintly and said, Liang Inga. Liang Inga? Chuli frowned and muttered to himself. He looked at Elder Su, Elder Run, and Sun Yuqing. He had heard of Liang Inga's name before. Elder Su and Elder Ren's expressions turned ugly. Another young man whose cultivation level was far higher than theirs. Elder Su scoffed and said, could you be the pavilion master of Mysterious Pavilion? Liang Inga? I am indeed the pavilion master of Mysterious Pavilion. Liang Inga nodded with a smile and gave a fist salute. I apologize for startling the four of you. It's said that the pavilion master of Mysterious Pavilion is young, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Elder Su frowned and scoffed. Pavilion Master Liang has always been elusive. Being able to meet Pavilion Master Liang today makes my trip to the Zheng dynasty worthwhile. Chuli said, this is the Fu dynasty. Pavilion Master Liang, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that the Fu dynasty will be unhappy and destroy Mysterious Pavilion? It's very easy. Liang Ying has said, after I kill you, I'll put the blame on the Fu dynasty. Naturally, there won't be any trouble. The four of you don't have to worry. This matter won't involve Mysterious Pavilion. His words were casual and seemed to be mocking them as if everything was under his control. How arrogant! Elder Rin scoffed. Do you think you can destroy us all by yourself? I'm not that arrogant, so I brought two masters with me, Liang Ying has said with a smile. Two gray-robed elders slowly appeared beside him and stared coldly at the four of them. These two old men had white hair with black roots and white ends. Their faces were ruddy and smooth like a baby's, as if they had regained their youth. Their cultivations were deep, and they had around 300 years of cultivation. Just by standing there, they naturally gave off an imposing aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Elder Su and Elder Ren looked nervous. They frowned at Sun Yuqing and then at Chuli. Young Zhao will hold them off. You take young master and leave first. Chuli shook his head. We can't. The situation suddenly changed, and they were instantly at a disadvantage. Chuli calculated that it would be easy for Liang Inga to deal with Elder Su and Elder Ren. If Liang Inga kept him occupied, it would not be difficult for the two elders to destroy Elder Su and Elder Ren. He turned to look at Sun Yuqing. Young master, we can only perish together. We can't escape. Sun Yuqing asked. Chuli said, I'm afraid we can't survive, but we can use the Fu dynasty to destroy them and avenge ourselves. Sun Yuqing frowned and remained silent. Liang Inga laughed. Brother, you're really naive. Chuli did not look at him and only stared at Sun Yuqing. Sun Yuqing looked at Elder Su and Elder Run, then at Chuli, and said, all right, I'll drag them down with me even if I die. Chuli smiled and disappeared into the forest in a flash. Then he shouted, Liang Inga is here. Zheng dynasty's Mysterious Pavilion. Liang Inga is here. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that resounded through the night sky. Everyone within a few miles could hear him. Liang Inga's expression changed, and he pounced at Sun Yuqing. Chuli's move instantly disrupted Liang Inga's rhythm and plan. He was forced to attack immediately and kill the four of them in the shortest time possible. Elder Su and Elder Ren stood in front of Sun Yuqing and waved their palms at Liang Inga. Get lost! Liang Inga uttered and hit Elder Su and Elder Ren with his palms. Bang! Bang! The two of them flew out. Liang Ying's palm energy chased after them again. The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. They did not even have time to perform their secret skills, as the strange palm energy rampaged through their internal organs, causing them to spit out another mouthful of blood. Chu Li's shout in the forest was endless, and his voice seemed to overlap. Zheng Dynasty's mysterious pavilion. Liang Ying is here. Zheng Dynasty's mysterious pavilion. Liang Ying is here. Liang Ying punched at Sun Yuqing. Chapter 1162. P.S. Update complete. Liang Ying's handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He flashed behind Sun Yuqing and punched him again. Sun Yuqing twisted his body again and avoided the punch. Interesting. Liang Ying smiled and shook his head. He felt that he had underestimated this prince. He thought that he was an idiot who could be killed in one move. Chu Li suddenly appeared in front of Liang Ying and waved his hands. TSK Tisk. The flying blade whistled and instantly hit Liang Ying. The flying blade pierced through without any obstruction. Liang Ying's shadow had already appeared in front of Sun Yuqing and punched him. Sun Yuqing avoided the punch again. The two gray-robed elders pounced on Sun Yuqing and attacked with their palms at the same time. Their fist force was silent and as solid as a stone. Sun Yuqing's body technique was amazing. He twisted and dodged the attack. His hair was already messy, and he seemed to be in a mess. Liang Ying and the others ignored Chu Li and wanted to kill Sun Yuqing as soon as possible. Chu Li frowned. Among all the people he had seen, Liang Ying's body technique was the fastest and most mysterious. He could actually avoid the light blade. However, he might be able to avoid it, but the two elders might not. He suddenly appeared behind the two gray-robed elders and waved his hands. The energy blade whistled. The two gray-robed elders thought that it was easy for Liang Ying to avoid the light blade, but they did not expect it to be so fast. When they wanted to avoid it, the blade was already close. The two of them moved like ghosts and used their profound cultivation to activate their light body technique to barely avoid being hit. Their shoulders were hit and blood gushed out like a fountain. When they sealed their acupuncture points, they were already far away from Chu Li. They appeared in front of Sun Yuqing and continued to press their palm force. Sun Yuqing's body technique was mysterious, but he could not resist the three's attacks. Bang! He flew out and was hit in the chest by Liang Ying. Chu Li frowned and suddenly appeared in the air. He grabbed Sun Yuqing and flew away. Liang Ying and the others followed closely. Elder Su and Elder Run landed heavily on the ground. They were seriously injured, and their expressions were complicated. They did not know whether they should be happy or sad that they had become burdens that no one cared about. Chu Li was as fast as lightning. He pulled Sun Yuqing along like a shadow. Sun Yuqing felt that everything in front of him was distorted. Liang Ying and the other two were in hot pursuit, but they could not catch up. All of a sudden, Sun Yuqing spat out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp and became as heavy as a rock. He could no longer activate his light body technique. Chu Li turned around and asked, "Are you all right? I won't die." Sun Yuqing took out a pill bottle from his inner pocket, removed the stopper, and poured the contents into his mouth. "It seems like I won't be able to escape today." Chu Li said, "There's still a chance of survival." Sun Yuqing scoffed. "I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet." Chu Li looked at him, curious as to how long he could hold it in. Sun Yuqing did not seem to be scheming, but he was a formidable person who was extremely patient. Both of Sun Yuqing's feet left the ground as if he was riding on the wind. Chu Li carried him as he flew. Chu Li absorbed all the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius and converted it into inner energy to activate his light body technique. At this moment, he still did not use the power of heavenly demonic or God's limbs. Sun Yuqing answered, "I have a rare treasure that belonged to my father, and it's comparable to an enlightened master's attack." Chu Li was surprised. "Why don't you use it then?" "I can only kill one," Sun Yuqing replied. "Even if I kill one, there's still two left. I can deal with the remaining two," Chu Li hurriedly said. Sun Yuqing gritted his teeth. Then I'll use it. Chu Li slowed down. It would be fortunate if he could use Sun Yuqing to get rid of Liang Yinge. Liang Yinge's cultivation level was not inferior to his, so he must have had many fortuitous encounters and was gifted. Chu Li was not the only genius and lucky person in this world. With such a person in charge of Mysterious Pavilion, once he died, Mysterious Pavilion would lose its backbone, and it would be easy to deal with them. Consort Ping's death must have been planned by Liang Yinge, so King Ping's hatred should have been mostly appeased when he found out about Liang Yinge's death. Liang Yinge kept a close eye on Chu Li and Sun Yuqing, but he did not get too close. He had a faint feeling that Sun Yuqing was very dangerous, so he should not get too close to him. He sighed to himself. Was it true that the prince could not be killed? As the pavilion master of Mysterious Pavilion and the confidant of the Zheng dynasty's emperor, he knew many secrets of the imperial family. He knew that the princes had rare treasures with amazing power that could turn the tide of the battle at critical moments and survive even if they were put in a dead end. These rare treasures were either used to attack or escape, but they all had unpredictable power that was only inferior to an enlightened master's power. Previously, he desperately wanted to kill Sun Yuqing as soon as possible because he was worried that the Li dynasty's prince had a rare treasure, so he wanted to kill him before he used it. Unfortunately, that ugly fellow ruined his wishful thinking. Chu Li had goosebumps all over his body as he looked at the white jade ring on Sun Yuqing's hand. After Sun Yuqing wiped his blood, the aura that this ordinary jade ring emitted made him feel like he was facing an enlightened master. It was as if he was going to destroy himself at any time with a godly might. Chu Li knew about the existence of this item. Back then, he killed King and with a clean slash without giving King a chance to react because he was afraid that he had a rare treasure with him. No matter how powerful a treasure was, it was no different from trash if it could not be used. Now that Sun Yuqing had activated the rare treasure, if Liang Yinge attacked him, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Then, Chu Li would have a chance. Chu Li suddenly turned around and rushed toward Liang Yinge and the other two. Sun Yuqing was shocked. "Brother Zhao," Chu Li said, "go get Elder Su and Elder Run." He could see that Liang Yinge had given up on killing them and was going to kill Elder Su and Elder Rin. The five of them were not far away. Liang Yinge and the others chased forward while Chu Li and the others went to meet them. In the blink of an eye, they were close. "Let's go," Liang Yinge shouted and shot diagonally to the right. The other two elders cooperated well with him and were also very experienced. They felt a chill down their spines and quickly shot diagonally to the left to avoid Chu Li's attack. Chu Li disappeared from their sight like a gust of wind. Sun Yuqing pulled Chu Li and wanted to say something. Chu Li quickly shook his head. "Don't say anything." He looked behind him and shook his head. "Don't say anything." Sun Yuqing shut his mouth helplessly and did not say anything, but he was anxious. Once a rare treasure was stained with blood, it would lose its effect and become an ordinary item if it was not activated within 15 minutes. If they did not take this opportunity to escape, they would not have a chance to escape after 15 minutes and would die here. Chu Li quickly went to Elder Su and Elder Rin. When he saw them sitting cross-legged and channeling, he quickly said, "Elder Su, Elder Rin, let's leave as soon as possible." The two opened their eyes to look at Chu Li and Sun Yuqing and asked in confusion, "Did you kill Liang Yinge?" Chu Li shook his head. "We're not afraid of them now. Let's go." Liang Yinge stood on a treetop far away and said, as expected of a prince, "Liang Yinge, do you dare to come over?" Sun Yuqing sneered. Liang Yinge smiled. "Have a safe journey, Prince. I won't be sending you off. The next time you come to the Zheng dynasty, you must visit Mysterious Pavilion as a guest." Sun Yuqing was too lazy to argue with him. He was anxious because he did not know if Liang Yinge knew about the secret of the rare treasure. As the pavilion master of Mysterious Pavilion, he might know about it. Chu Li asked, "Elder Su, Elder Run, can you hurry?" "No problem." The two stood up. "Let's go then," Chu Li said. He glanced at Liang Yinge. "Pavilion Master Liang, we'll meet again. That's for the best. Forgive me for not seeing you off." Liang Yinge smiled. Chapter 1163. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out, like a huge wave, pouring into their ears in the blink of an eye. Chu Li's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Let's go." He grabbed Sun Yuqing and ran. Elder Su and Elder Ren knew that something was wrong, so they ignored their injuries and followed behind. Liang Yinga and the other two flew away too. When the four figures appeared, Chu Li and the others had disappeared, leaving only traces of a fight. The four elders scanned the marks on the ground and scoffed. They leaned over to observe carefully and saw a fat elder's palm print on the ground. It was Liang Yinga's palm print. Another thin elder came to the spot where Chu Li's flying blades were. Every time Chu Li shot a flying blade, he had the habit of retrieving it regardless of whether it hit its target or not. The thin elder came to the spot where the flying blade was, but he could not see the blade's mark. He stared at the deep pit on the ground thoughtfully. Then he went to the trees next to him to search and found the knife marks again. With a serious expression, he turned to look at the other three elders and said, "Light blade. Someone from the Holy Church of Light?" The other three elders came over. The thin elder pointed at the mark on the tree and said, "This isn't a real blade. It's a condensation of inner energy. This person's cultivation level is amazing. What's more, his light blade realm is very profound. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Such a profound light blade. Could it be that Sun Mingwei came personally? Sun Mingwei won't come to the Fu dynasty easily. Who could it be then? I heard that apart from Sun Mingwei, there's another person in the Holy Church of Light who has a profound light blade that no one can compare to." A square-faced elder frowned. "I think he's called Zhao De. Zhao De. I've heard of him. He's a rising star in the Holy Church of Light, a genius among geniuses. The other person's cultivation level isn't weak either." The plump elder said, "Looks like it's that Liang Yinga. He's getting more and more daring. He's young and has a profound cultivation level, so it's inevitable that he's bold." One of the elders said, "Looks like Liang Yinga and Zhao De have fought. It's a fight between a dragon and a tiger. Should we chase after them?" Someone asked. "Of course." The chubby old man was surprisingly tough. He said in a deep voice, "If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll think that the Fu dynasty is made of mud. It's best if we can kill them. Judging from their cultivation bases, it won't be easy to kill them." An old man looked down at the mud pit on the ground and shook his head. "Even if the four of us work together, we might not be able to kill one. He's so hot-tempered at such a young age. Once he starts a fight, it'll be really troublesome. So we're just going to let it go. Forget about Liang Yinga for now. Let's deal with Zhao De first. Why not deal with Liang Yinga? Liang Yinga must be accompanied by a mysterious pavilion's powerhouse." The chubby elder said in a deep voice, "It should be Zhao De's shouting." "Why are they shouting like this?" "It's because the situation is disadvantageous for them, so their abilities are weaker. Moreover, they might have already suffered a great loss, so it'll be easier for us to deal with them. As for Liang Yinga, we'll deal with him after we've dealt with Zhao De. Call more masters." That makes sense. After they had traveled for more than 100 miles, Elder Su and Elder Ren finally could not hold on anymore. Their injuries had worsened, so they had to sit down and channel to heal themselves. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. They stopped in a pine forest and found an empty space. Then, they sat down cross-legged and channeled without saying much. Chu Li frowned. Liang Yinga's palm energy is strange. Sun Yuqing said, "He's cultivating the 9 kills palm." Now that he had personally experienced Liang Yinga's power, he knew that his reputation was well-deserved. He could tell the power of the 9 kills palm just by looking at Elder Su and Elder Ren. Spirit medicine could not suppress it at all. 9 kills palm. Chu Li thought about it and shook his head. He had never heard of the 9 kills palm. Liang Yinga was very mysterious. Perhaps because he was the pavilion master of Mysterious Pavilion, he was able to hide his identity. Only his name was known, and very few people had seen him. He was usually a strategist. Now, it seemed that the 9 kills palm was extremely overbearing. Elder Su and Elder Ren could not disperse the palm energy, and it would flare up from time to time. If this went on, their lives would be in danger. Elder Su, Elder Ren, let me help. With that, Chu Li sat behind Elder Su and pressed his palm on his back. Elder Su did not say anything. This was a critical moment. The 9 kills palm energy was about to break his heart meridian. If he could not stop it, his life would be in danger. However, the 9 kills palm energy was condensed and pure like a needle that kept advancing. Elder Su's inner energy was like water, but he could not stop the needle from advancing. He could only watch helplessly as it was about to pierce his heart meridian. Suddenly, a strange force surged over, and the advancing 9 kills palm energy seemed to be diverted by this force. This force was like a whirlpool that stirred the 9 kills palm energy and slowly crushed it. When this strange force left with the 9 kills palm energy, Chu Li's body instantly relaxed. He allowed a long sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He saw that Elder Ren had opened his eyes at the same time and was exhaling a long breath. Chu Li retracted his palms and praised. Liang Yinga is amazing. How is it? Sun Yuqing asked. Elder Su and Elder Ren gave Chu Li a fist salute. Chu Li shook his head. Elders recover quickly. We have to hurry. Sun Yuqing asked. Liang Yinga still dares to chase after us. Even if Liang Yinga doesn't dare to, the people from the Fu dynasty won't let us go, Chu Li said. Then we have to hurry, Sun Yuqing said. Elder Su and Elder Ren stood up. Let's go then. Where are you going? As they laughed coldly, the 4 elders seemed to be moving slowly, but were actually moving swiftly. They streaked across the night sky like lightning and arrived in front of Chu Li. The chubby, round-faced elder asked, You're Zhao De, right? His gaze was like cold lightning, and his aura was terrifying. Chu Li was confused. Who's Zhao De? If he admitted it, there would be endless trouble, so he could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Interesting. The chubby elder laughed coldly. You don't even dare to tell us your name. You're a disgrace to the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li asked coldly, What are you trying to do? He did not care if the Holy Church of Light was disgraced or not. Once the Holy Church of Light was involved, the Fu dynasty would put pressure on the Holy Church of Light, and he would be the unlucky one. He was thinking far ahead, but in the eyes of others, he was just being loyal to the Holy Church of Light. The chubby elder said, Since you came to the Fu dynasty to stir up trouble, of course, we have to teach you a lesson. Sun Yuqing frowned and glared at him. I'm Sun Yuqing, the 12th prince of the Li dynasty. I was passing by the Fu dynasty, but I was hunted down by the Zheng dynasty's mysterious pavilion. We didn't stir up trouble. It was Liang Yinga. His rare treasure had become useless, and he did not want to go against the Fu dynasty. Of course, he had to make himself look pitiful. Prince, Elder Su frowned. You're the 12th prince? The chubby, round-faced elder frowned at him. Sun Yuqing raised his hand and showed his white jade ring. The round-faced elder glanced at him coldly and looked at Chu Li thoughtfully. If that's the case, you've been wrongly accused. I came to the Fu dynasty to gain experience and broaden my horizons, but I didn't expect Liang Yinga to assassinate us. Sun Yuqing scoffed. He's crazy. All right then, you can leave. The round-faced elder nodded. You're not allowed to stir up trouble in the Fu dynasty, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Of course. Sun Yuqing smiled. Chapter 1164. The 4 elders looked at Chu Li for a while before they finally snorted and fluttered away. Elder Su gritted his teeth and watched them leave before he said hatefully, How overbearing. He was extremely indignant. As the prince's bodyguard, he actually had to swallow his anger and even wanted the prince to compromise himself. This was truly a disgrace. He was old now, and if he was younger, he would have long since made his move. He glanced at Chu Li and shook his head while sighing. Zhao De was really able to keep his composure. Chu Li said, We can't afford to offend these 4 fellows. They're more powerful than Liang Yinga? Eldarin asked. Chu Li shook his head. They're not as powerful as Liang Yinga, but once they fall out, more masters will come. There are many masters in the Fu dynasty. If he were himself, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. However, he had 3 burdens with him. Once the masters from the Fu dynasty arrived, he would definitely die. Elder Su said, "Although the Fu dynasty is powerful, it's not easy to find masters with more than 300 years of experience." Chu Li smiled, but did not think much of it. The Fu dynasty had 8 major sects, so they already had many grandmasters. As time passed, there would naturally be more grandmasters with more than 300 years of experience. He had seen the Fu dynasty before and knew that it was not an exaggeration to say that there were many masters in the Fu dynasty. The Li dynasty was far from the Ji dynasty. They continued their journey. When the sky was almost bright, they rested in a cypress forest. Chu Li's expression darkened as he said, "Liang Yinga is here again." Liang Yinga's voice drifted over. He appeared with 4 elders and smiled as they stood on the treetop. "We meet again. How have you been?" "Hypocrite," Sun Yuqing scoffed. He looked at Chu Li. This time, they did not have a trump card. Liang Yinga had brought more and stronger people with him. If the situation worsened, they would not be able to survive. Chu Li frowned and remained silent. He secretly sighed. Liang Yinga's actions were unexpected and extremely bold. He actually dared to chase after them again. Was he not afraid that the Fu dynasty would find trouble with him? Elder Su and Elder Ren looked at each other, and their hearts sank. Elder Su whispered, "Young Zhao, bring the prince away first. I'll deal with him with Elder Ren." Chu Li shook his head. "It's useless. Elder Su, Elder Ren, it looks like we'll have to risk our lives." As soon as he finished speaking, his body abruptly swelled up. His eyes were bloodshot, and the muscles on his face were twisted, making him look hideous and terrifying. He snorted coldly and said, "Surnamed Liang, do you think you've got us?" Brother Zhao, why are you so angry? It's bad for your body." Liang Yinga laughed. He was secretly shocked. He did not expect Chu Li to be so decisive and use the secret skill right away. Chu Li said, "If I can't survive today, then I'll drag a few of them down with me." "Brother Zhao, you're overthinking things. We, the mysterious pavilion, will always welcome such a talented person." "Brother Zhao, you don't have to change your allegiance and betray the Holy Church of Light. You just have to be a high official in the mysterious pavilion and help us out once in a while." Liang Yinga smiled. "As for the 12th prince, we're only inviting him over as a guest. Of course, we won't do anything too extreme and trigger a war between the 2 countries, right?" His voice was amiable, and his words were sincere and convincing. Chu Li scoffed. "What a joke." Sun Yuqing said, "Pavilion leader Liang, you want to use me as a hostage to ask for benefits from the Li dynasty, right?" Liang Yinga said helplessly, "Prince, you're smart. But don't worry, Prince, we'll be respectful and won't bring shame to your identity. If I become a hostage, I won't be able to face father anymore." Sun Yuqing shook his head. "It's better to kill me. Prince, you need to know that the situation is more powerful than you are. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Even if the Li dynasty suffers some losses, you'll still be useful. You can work hard in the future and take it back." Liang Yinga laughed. "It's much better than dying here, isn't it? As long as there's life, there'll be firewood." Elder Su and Elder Ren were moved. They were ready to fight to the death, but they knew that they could not save Sun Yuqing even if they died. It would be a pity for a prince to die like this, but they could always get back at him in the future. Chu Li turned and said, "Elder Su, Elder Ren, use the secret skill." Yes. Their bodies suddenly expanded and then shrunk. They were even smaller than before, and they looked thin and strong. Their bodies were filled with an eerie aura, and their eyes were so cold that no one dared to look at them directly. Chu Li stared coldly at Liang Yinga. "Aren't you afraid that the Li dynasty will take revenge and kidnap the Zheng dynasty's prince?" There aren't many princes in the Zheng dynasty, and each of them is closely protected. Moreover, their cultivation levels are high, so we're not afraid of being kidnapped." Liang Yinga smiled and shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhao." Chu Li sneered. "It seems that pavilion leader Liang has never suffered losses." "Well," Liang Yinga smiled and nodded. Ever since I took over the position of pavilion leader, I've been very careful in everything I do. I don't dare to make any mistakes. Chu Li said, Pavilion leader Liang has miscalculated today. Let's perish together. Liang Ying shook his head and laughed. Brother Zhao, why do you have to be so stubborn? Is it worth it for a master like you to die for someone else? Such a master should be in a high position, like me, so that his life will not be in vain. He saw that Chu Li and the others had used their secret skills, so he tried his best to stall for time. There was a time limit for secret skills to be used, and the longer it was used, the weaker its power would be. The 3 people who had used their secret skills had powerful lethality. If the 5 of them did not want to be injured, they would have to use their secret skills. However, once they used their secret skills, they would be entangled with the 4 people from the Li dynasty. If other masters appeared and they were taken advantage of, they would become a joke. Therefore, the best strategy was to stall for time, break their fighting spirit, and try to appease them until the time limit for the secret skills was over. Then, it will be a success. Chu Li said coldly, I've been ordered by the saint to protect the 12th prince. If the prince falls into your hands, it'll be the time of my death. You can go back and ask for reinforcements to snatch the prince back. Liang Ying smiled. Chu Li shook his head. It's disdainful to run away. Instead of that, it's better to perish together. We'll be companions on the road to hell. Let's do it. He took a step forward like a ferocious tiger, descending the mountain with great power. If Chu Li unleashed his full cultivation level, it would be easy for him to kill any one of them. The 4 elders opposite him had sharp instincts. They sensed great danger and could not help but want to avoid it. Liang Ying waved his hand. Retreat. The 4 elders and Liang Ying retreated at the same time and disappeared into the forest. They wanted to avoid the attack temporarily and wait for the 3 people's secret skills to lose their effectiveness before attacking. Sun Yuqing looked at Chu Li in confusion. Brother Zhao, aren't you going to risk your life? Chu Li shook his head. Did Brother Zhao ask for help from 9th Elder Sister? Sun Yuqing smiled. Chu Li shook his head again. Elder Su and Elder Ren's bodies suddenly swelled, and they stopped using their secret skills. Young Zhao, what's your trump card? Elder Su asked. Elder Ren said, It's a stalling tactic, right? Chu Li nodded. It's a stalling tactic. Elder Su said, If the saint comes, we won't have to fear this Liang guy. He glared at the direction where Liang Ying and the others disappeared. He knew that they must not have gone far and were hiding in the dark to watch him. Once they relaxed, they would disturb them so that the 4 of them would be exhausted and lose the ability to perish together. Chapter 1165. Them. Elder Su was surprised. Chu Li smiled. Since they found us so quickly, it won't be difficult for them to find Liang Ying. They should be here soon. At this point, he raised his voice and shouted, 4 seniors from the Fu dynasty, how about we join forces to eliminate Liang Ying? He had previously seen the Fu dynasty's 4 elders' plan to deal with Liang Ying. With their tracking skills, it would be fine if Liang Ying returned to the Zheng dynasty, but if he dared to come again, they would quickly catch up. Earlier on, he used a secret skill and talked nonsense with Liang Ying to buy time for the Fu dynasty's 4 masters to track him. At this moment, he finally saw the 4 of them appear. His voice was like rolling thunder, resounding through the sky where the first rays of dawn had just appeared. He turned his head and said, Prince, stay here. Elder Su and Elder Run, follow me. With that, he drifted away. Elder Su and Elder Rin quickly followed him. Sun Yuqing paced around anxiously. He knew that he was a burden. Not only could he not help them, but he would also affect their spirit. It was better to stay here, but he could not see the situation over there. In the end, he could not help but chase after them. He chased into a forest and saw that Chu Li and the other 2 were already fighting with Liang Ying and the others. The Fu dynasty's 4 elders also joined in, so there were 7 of them against Liang Ying's 5. Chu Li was entangled with Liang Ying while the other 6 dealt with the mysterious pavilion's 4 elders. Chu Li was unpredictable like a ghost, and his face could not be seen clearly. Every time, he would block in front of Liang Yinge and prevent him from saving his companions. Liang Yinge's handsome face was calm and solemn without showing any anxiety. His body movement technique was strangely fast, comparable to Chu Li's, and he was like a ghost. Both of his palms formed a series of illusions, and his palm energy was surging like waves. Even though he was so far away, Sun Yuqing could still feel the murderous intent, as if he was being pricked by needles. Sun Yuqing was shocked. Even if his step technique was mysterious and unpredictable, he could not save his life under such a powerful palm energy. It seemed that Liang Yinge was being forced to fight desperately. Chu Li asked as he fought, "How did Pavilion leader Liang train to be so skilled?" Liang Yinge was no longer as calm and confident as before, and he no longer had the mood to talk. He kept his mouth shut and waved his palms without saying a word. From time to time, his figure would flash, and he would rush to the side of the four elders. But Chu Li would always be one step ahead of him and block him. Chu Li wanted to use his light blade beside the four elders, but he was blocked by Liang Yinge. The two of them were entangled with each other and could not interfere with the other battle. Chu Li could not see through Liang Yinge's thoughts. Liang Yinge's heart technique was profound and could block prying, but the omniscient mirror could still clearly see his subtle expressions and movements. Coupled with the nature restoration manifestation, he could always predict the first move. However, Liang Yinge seemed to have the same ability. Chu Li had an idea to deal with Liang Yinge's companions first, so that Liang Yinge could seize the opportunity to stop him. Liang Yinge was wearing his treasured clothing, so he was not afraid of the flying blades. He weakened Chu Li's combat strength and suppressed Chu Li in all aspects. If it were not for the omniscient mirror and the nature restoration manifestation, Chu Li would not have won without using the heavenly demonic power. Liang Yinge suddenly let out a clear whistle, and his body suddenly became thin. The whistle was loud and clear, and it sounded like it could stop the clouds from moving. After the whistling sound, Liang Yinge suddenly turned into four figures. It was hard to tell whether they were real or fake. They abandoned Chu Li and pounced on the other side. Chu Li moved like a ghost and blocked in front of one of the figures again. Bang! Their palm energies collided. Chu Li slid 10 meters in the air and landed in Sun Yuqing's direction. Chu Li turned to look at Sun Yuqing, who was in the treetops, and shook his head to signal him not to come out. Chu Li continued to slide in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. He yelled, "Be careful!" Liang Yinge, who had used a secret skill, suddenly increased his power by more than 10 times. He turned into four vague shadows that were unpredictable. After injuring Chu Li with one palm strike, he appeared behind the chubby, round-faced elder and slapped him with his palm. Bang! The chubby elder was also sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He slid more than 10 meters away and ended up like Chu Li. Chu Li hurriedly said, "Elder Su, Elder Ren, step back." Elder Su and Elder Ren quickly retreated from the battle. Liang Yinge's four figures shot toward the three Fu Dynasty Masters at the same time. The three Fu Dynasty Masters spat out blood and were sent flying. "Let's go," Liang Yinge yelled in a deep voice. The four unpredictable figures went into the forest at the same time, and the four masters followed closely behind and disappeared into the forest. The chubby, round-faced elder turned to stare at Chu Li with a cold and dissatisfied gaze. Chu Li looked calm. Liang Yinge's martial arts is too strong. Elder Su and Elder Ren are both injured. They're not his match. Liang Yinge had concealed his cultivation level earlier. If he did not have the omniscient mirror and the nature restoration manifestation, he would not be Liang Yinge's match with his cultivation level. If he did not conceal his heavenly demonic power, he could still fight. The chubby elder glared at him and took a deep breath before exhaling. Chu Li was telling the truth, but he was really annoyed that they could not subdue Liang Yinge even though they had teamed up. It was really embarrassing for him to let Liang Yinge escape so easily. Chu Li said, He won't dare to come to the food dynasty again. I've taught him a lesson. The chubby elders said coldly, You'd better hurry back to the Li dynasty. Liang won't stop until he achieves his goal. He'll look for you again. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Thank you for saving my life, seniors. No need for that. The chubby elder scoffed and glided away. Chu Li turned to look at Elder Su and Elder Ren. The two elders did not look too upset. Their injuries had not worsened. We can't stop to heal ourselves. Let's hurry back. Sun Yuqing emerged from the forest. Elder Su, Elder Ren, can you do it? No problem, the two of them answered. Sun Yuqing looked at Chu Li with concern. Brother Zhao, how's your injury? It's fine, Chu Li said. It's more important to hurry. All right, let's go, Sun Yuqing said. The four of them hurried on with their journey again. They took spirit pills while running. The next morning, they finally entered the Li dynasty's territory. They entered Tiannan City, which was the southernmost part of the Li dynasty, and went straight to the governor's residence. The governor was naturally very enthusiastic when he saw the prince. Sun Yuqing stopped the governor's enthusiasm and only asked for a courtyard. The four of them were exhausted and went back to their respective houses to rest for the day. In the evening, they came out of their houses in high spirits and gathered in the courtyard for dinner. There was a red lacquer square table in the courtyard that was brightly lit. Chu Li and the other three ate happily while facing the table full of delicious food. Chu Li suddenly frowned and said, There are assassins. 6 men in black quietly avoided the protectors of the governor's residence and arrived at the courtyard where they were. The 6 of them had a profound cultivation level that was not inferior to Elder Su and Elder Ren. Chu Li's mind raced. The person who sent these assassins must be someone with a high position and was directly attacking them. Who was the one who spread the news that they had arrived at the governor's residence? And how did they know that they were staying in this courtyard? Clearly, someone in the governor's residence had spread the news. The 6 men in black entered the courtyard and rushed over without saying a word. They unsheathed their long swords at their waists, and a chilly aura instantly filled the courtyard. The temperature in the courtyard seemed to have dropped by a few degrees, and it was chilly. Sun Yuqing scoffed. Who are you? Chu Li replied, They should be the 6th prince's men. Chapter 1166. P.S. The 39th Alliance leader has been born. It's not pleasant to forget the Alliance leader. Men, there's an assassin. Elder Su's shout was like a thunderclap exploding in the night sky. He had learned this trick from Chu Li. This was not the Zheng dynasty or the Fu dynasty, but the Li dynasty. The prince was of noble status, and if anything happened to him, the governor's future would be ruined. 6 men in black drew their swords and stabbed Sun Yuqing. Chu Li shook his head and appeared beside them in a flash. Then he kept waving his hands and shot out energy blades one after another. 2 blades were shot at one person at the same time. The combination of the omniscient mirror and nature restoration manifestation with a light blade was almost invincible against those with a lower cultivation level. 2 men in black were instantly shot in the center. The other 4 men in black saw that the situation was not good, so they turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The protectors of the governor's residence were injured, and there was a commotion. It only calmed down when the governor hurried over. The city lord was a middle-aged man who was as tall and sturdy as a bear. He was a city lord who had accumulated military merits. He gave off a baleful aura, but he had a smile on his face as he sincerely apologized. Chu Li sized up the castellan. After the governor left, Chu Li said, Prince, if I'm not mistaken, the governor works for the 6th prince. He works for the 6th prince? Sun Yuqing was surprised. Chu Li said, He leaked the information. Sun Yuqing frowned and his face darkened. Elder Su scoffed. I didn't expect the 6th prince to be so powerful. The 6th prince was prepared, or the assassins wouldn't have arrived so quickly, Chu Li said. Sun Yuqing said, It's too eye-catching to send a master. Chu Li laughed. They're here to take advantage of us, because we're injured. They didn't expect us to recover so quickly, and it's all thanks to the governor. The governor must have seen that they were pale and injured, so he thought he could take advantage of them. He did not expect them to recover so quickly, or else the 6 masters would not have come. Sun Yuqing said, "Sixth brother will be well-behaved after this." Elder Su and Elder Rin nodded with relaxed expressions. Elder Su smiled. With young Zhao around, we're not afraid of the 6th prince's assassination. Chu smiled and shook his head. Elder Rin said, "The Zheng dynasty has Liang Yinge, but none of the masters around the 6th prince are as strong as Liang Yinge." They understood that Zheng dynasty's mysterious pavilion would not have been able to stop Chu Li if Liang Yinge had not been there. Liang Yinge could stop Chu Li, but the others could suppress the two of them, so they were at a disadvantage. Liang Yinge's status in the Zheng dynasty was far inferior to the saint, but his status in the martial arts world was higher. He was a top-notch master who was second to none and was invincible among those below the enlightened master level. So he was unscrupulous. The Li dynasty did not have Liang Yinge. There were very few grandmasters in the Li dynasty who could suppress Chu Li. As far as they knew, the 6th prince did not have such a master. With such confidence, they were very relaxed. The 4 of them sat down and continued drinking. "Brother Zhao, do you want to go to Goddess Attraction Mountain?" Sun Yuqing raised his glass of wine and toasted Chu Li. Chu Li pondered and shook his head. "I'm very curious about Goddess Attraction Mountain, but I have no intention of going there. It's really boring." "Boring?" Sun Yuqing asked. Chu Li said, "I can only go for a year, and my dragon taming technique will be abolished. It seems that Goddess Attraction Mountain has very strict rules, and I can't stand being restrained." Sun Yuqing nodded in disappointment. He had already understood the past of Chu Li, who was disguised as Zhao De. He knew that Zhao De was rebellious, and only 9th sister could suppress him. Even so, he turned a blind eye to the Holy Church of Light's rules and broke a lot of them. He was indeed a person who could not stand the rules and was not suitable to enter Goddess Attraction Mountain. Goddess Attraction Mountain was not the Holy Church of Light. It was not like 9th sister who cherished talents and could not tolerate anyone disobeying. If he entered Goddess Attraction Mountain like this, it would bode ill rather than well. Chu Li glanced at Sun Yuqing and shook his head. Sun Yuqing still did not give up and wanted to lure him to deal with the 6th prince. Few people who came from an imperial family knew how to appreciate favors. Saving him seemed to be a matter of course and was part of his duty, so he did not need to be grateful. He had just risked his life to save him, but in the blink of an eye, he was plotting against him. "Prince, the saint has warned that the disciples of the Holy Church of Light can't participate in the Battle of the Princes." Chu Li pondered and said, "However, I've gone through thick and thin with you, after all. If you're really in danger, I naturally won't stand idly by." Sun Yuqing gave a fist salute and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." The Li dynasty's imperial family also had a rule that forbade killing each other, but there were bad precedents. His father, the emperor, had stepped on the corpses of his brothers to ascend the throne, so the princes of this generation had the awareness of killing their brothers. In the end, if they did not kill others, others would kill them. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they returned to their respective houses to rest. They would continue to move tomorrow. Chu Li disappeared from the house in a flash and appeared at the top of a mountain. The moonlight was like water, and Liang Yinge, who was dressed in a green robe, was sitting cross-legged on a boulder at the top of the mountain. Chu Li stood on another boulder and slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at Liang Yinge. Liang Yinge's body was shrouded in a layer of moonlight, and his mouth and nose breathed in and out moonlight. The moonlight seemed to be substantial as it went in and out of his mouth and nose, and his body kept shrinking and expanding. Chu Li frowned as he looked at him, feeling a great sense of danger. In this state, Liang Yinge was extremely dangerous, more dangerous than ever before. The martial art that he cultivated was really mysterious, and it seemed to be related to the moonlight. Liang Yinge slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, bright, and sharp as if it was going to pierce through Chu Li. Chu Li took a step back and said in a low voice, "What martial art is this?" "Crescent Cryptic 9 Kills Trial," Liang Yinge said indifferently. His handsome face was as calm as water, and there was no expression on it. It was obvious that he was in a state of mind to cultivate. A trace of dense killing intent was faintly discernible, obscure, and almost undetectable. Chuli became more and more serious as he stared at Liang Ying's eyes. Liang Ying said indifferently, "The scenery here is excellent, and it's a blessing to be buried here." He lightly struck with his palm. Chuli suddenly disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Liang Ying, shooting two flying blades. They only hit Liang Ying's shadow. Liang Ying suddenly appeared behind Chu Li and pressed his palm forward at an incredible speed. Chu Li turned around and met it with his palm. Bang! Chu Li flipped in the air. He secretly sighed. He had to master the heavenly king palm as soon as possible, or else he would be at a disadvantage. Layers of palm energy hit his internal organs, and he tried his best to circulate the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture to transform it. However, this crescent cryptic 9 kills trial was exceptionally pure, and he could not completely transform it. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and was injured again. This time, he was seriously injured as the extremely pure palm energy kept destroying his body. He kept retreating and circulated the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture to dissolve the palm energy. Liang Ying disappeared again. Chuli closed his eyes and waved his hands. TSS, TSS. Two blade lights shot toward a void. Liang Ying's figure flashed there and disappeared again. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chuli waved his hands again and shot toward another void to stop Liang Ying from approaching. This crescent cryptic 9 kills trial was too sharp, and he could not control it, so he could not let Liang Ying get close. Chapter 1167. Liang Ying's figure appeared 100 feet away and stood still on the boulder. As the night breeze blew, his green robe fluttered as if he wanted to go with the wind. Chuli fixed his gaze on him. Liang Ying said, "You're no match for me." Chuli said, "The Crescent Cryptic's 9 kills trial, good martial arts. Your light blade's level of attainment is high, but it can't stop my Crescent Cryptic's 9 kills trial." Liang Ying's expression was as calm as still water, and even a little indifferent. Chuli knew that it was because of his cultivation, so he nodded. "Your Crescent Cryptic's 9 kills trial is indeed powerful. I'm no match for it." Liang Ying said, "Then why did you come here to die?" Chuli said, "How would I know how powerful your Crescent Cryptic's 9 kills trial is if I don't fight it? Your courage is commendable. We'll meet again." Chuli fist saluted and disappeared in front of Liang Ying like a stream of light. Liang Ying frowned as he stared at his disappearing silhouette. He did not know how Chuli had found him, but he felt uneasy as if Chuli would attack him at any time. He would be able to block the light blade if he was prepared, but it would be extremely dangerous if he was unprepared. He scoffed. He had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, and once his martial arts improved, he could go to the Li dynasty to kill this guy. He could catch up to him anyway. With that thought in mind, he lost his killing intent and returned to the top of the mountain to breathe in the moonlight. Chu Li and the others returned to Jade Capital in the evening the next day. They were preparing to enter the capital through the southern gate. About a mile away from the gate, they saw a group of guards standing outside the farewell pavilion on the side of the road. They were full of energy and their eyes were sharp. They were all highly skilled killers. Elder Su frowned. "It's the 6th prince." What's 6th brother doing here?" Sun Yuqing frowned. The 4 of them looked weather-beaten and dusty. They used their light body technique to travel, so they looked even more weather-beaten than riding a horse. They were slightly displeased when they saw these bright and eye-catching protectors. Maybe he's welcoming an important person. Elder Su shook his head. It's likely that he's recruiting a master. Sun Yuqing's face darkened. The stronger the 6th prince was, the less hope he had for revenge. The 6th prince had a forthright temperament. He looked careless and behaved in a crude manner, but he was generous and generous. He would reward those who performed meritorious deeds, so he had recruited many experts. Sun Yuqing's strength was far inferior to the 6th prince's. It doesn't matter. No matter how many experts he recruits, Can they compare to little Zhao? Elder Rin said calmly. Sun Yuqing smiled. Elder Su said, who exactly did he recruit? Shall we take a look? Forget it. Sun Yuqing shook his head. Everyone's tired. Let's go back and rest. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. The guards parted to the sides, and a burly middle-aged man walked out with large strides. He was extremely handsome, and his eyes were shining. 12th brother, long time no see. 6th imperial brother, I trust you've been well since we last met. Sun Yuqing said coldly. The 6th prince, Sun Yuqing, laughed heartily and said, I'm eating and sleeping well. I'm doing very well. On the other hand, 12th brother, you look like you're ill. Did you go out to play and run into some tough people? You don't have to worry about me, 6th imperial brother, Sun Yuqing said coldly. Hatred surged in his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Sun Yuqing with his sword. However, he could not do so in public. Moreover, he might not be able to defeat Sun Yuqing in terms of martial arts, so he could not kill him. This time, the Heavenly King Palm had disappointed him, and it seemed like revenge was still a long way off. He became more and more unhappy, and he hated Sun Yuqing with anger and hatred. He coldly said, 6th Imperial Brother's concern, I really can't accept it. There were a few groups of assassins who tried to assassinate me, but I killed them all. I wonder if 6th Imperial Brother's men died? Were there really assassins? Sun Yuqing laughed and shook his head. Looks like you've offended a lot of people, 12th brother. You should reflect on yourself since you're not very popular. Don't offend people recklessly and get yourself killed. My life is very tough. Rascals can't kill me. Oh, those who get killed usually think like you. It's better to be more careful and behave yourself. You're the one who should be careful, 6th Imperial Brother. If you do too many bad things, you'll get your comeuppance one day. Haha, is this your newly recruited protector, Zhao Dai? Sun Yuqing looked at Chu Li and nodded. He's really ugly. Chu Li narrowed his eyes and stared at him coldly. It seemed like he was angry that Chu Li killed his protector, so he spoke ill of him. Sun Yuqing chuckled. This is Brother Zhao. 6th Imperial Brother, your protectors are like clay chickens and pottery dogs compared to Brother Zhao. They're not even worth mentioning. Even if you recruit 100 martial arts masters, they won't be able to match up to Brother Zhao. How arrogant. 100 martial arts masters won't be able to match up to one? Sun Yuqing sneered. However, he's really daring to kill my people. Does he think that I can't do anything to him because he's backed up by 12th brother? He stared at Chu Li and sneered. If I want to kill you, I can do it with just a word. Chu Li looked at him indifferently without saying a word. Sun Yuqing sneered. I didn't know that you're so capable, 6th Imperial Brother. There are many things that you don't know about me. Sun Yuqing sneered. Zhao, do you want to live or die? Chu Li replied. So what if I want to live or die? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. If you want to live, you'll have to submit to me. Sun Yuqing scoffed. Chu Li shook his head and smiled without saying a word. It was not that Sun Yuqing was stupid, but that he was unscrupulous and could not be bothered to use his brain to deal with someone like Chu Li. Instead, he wanted to use brute force to defeat 10 people. Sun Yuqing sneered. 6th Imperial Brother, who do you think you are? It seems like you won't give up until you see your coffin. Sun Yuqing sneered. Zhao, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Chu Li said, 6th Imperial Prince, your words are ridiculous. You're ignorant and stupid, arrogant and ridiculous. If I were the 6th Imperial Prince, I'd shut my mouth. Stupid? How dare you? Sun Yuqing was furious, and his handsome face turned red. He did not expect Chu Li to speak in such a manner. Chu Li was so unscrupulous and disrespectful that he did not respect his identity as a prince at all. Chu Li said, You think that I won't dare to do anything to a prince like you, and that's why you dare to speak so unscrupulously? If you piss me off, I can still teach you a lesson, 6th Imperial Prince. Ugly man, how dare you? Sun Yuqing yelled. How dare you be so rude to me? Men, take him down. Yes. With a deep voice, 2 white-haired elders flew out from behind him and shot toward Chu Li. Elder Su and Elder Rin took a step forward and stood in front of Chu Li. They could tell that the two elders' cultivation levels were higher than theirs. It seemed like the 6th Imperial Prince had been deliberately waiting for them to kill Zhao De in front of everyone to regain his dignity. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.